Well, hello once again, my dear friend. Welcome once again to Blind Dad Does, and my name is Ira. I hope that you guys are having a very, very good day. I need to turn my light on. I forgot to do that. There we go. Now you guys can see my beautiful face for all that it may be or not be worth. Anyways, welcome, and whether you are watching me on Twitch, somewhere on the ethereal plane, wherever it may be, I don't know. I hope that you're having a wonderful day, a wonderful time, and that everything is going absolutely great for you. So, Diva, thank you so much again for the follow. I deeply appreciate you being here with me in this moment in time, and I do hope that it is worth your time to be here. I will definitely check that out. Thank you for sending that to me. I need to adjust my microphone a little bit. I just noticed that. I need to lift it up just a little bit there. There, that's a little bit better. So, anyways, today has been an interesting day. I'm coming down a little sick. And so is my wife, and we're a little bit concerned because she's very immunocompromised, and so we're trying to do all that we can to avoid getting a little bit sicker. But it's kind of sticking in my throat, unfortunately, and it's just one of those things. But I am here with you guys. Why? Because this is what I love to do. This is who I am. For those of you guys that are just meeting me for the first time, welcome. Where have you been? I've been here forever. No, not really. On Twitch, I've been here for about 3 weeks, but I've been over on YouTube for years, and I decided that I'm going to switch things up and kind of change over to being on Twitch primarily because I'm enjoying my time over here a lot better. I feel like I have a lot more control, and things are, well, just a lot nicer, a lot friendlier. The community is a lot better. So, yeah, let me go back here and read the chat just a little bit. I do see messages are coming in. Echinacea. Yeah, Echinacea is really, really good. That's for sure. That is for sure. Right now I am doing like apple cider vinegar and horseradish, and basically anything that happens to be in my throat is going to be murdered with fire. So that's kind of what I've been doing all day, and it works. You know, it's a good way to take out whatever may happen to be ailing you. But yeah, just one of them weird things. But for those of you guys just meeting me for the first time, I am a blind guy. So I have a genetic defect in my eyes that causes me to see too much instead of too little. My eyes are pyramid shaped instead of egg shaped. It's very bizarre. I also have a ton of scarring on my corneas, and between everything, basically it makes it so that anything that's past about an inch in front of my face is getting pretty washed out to me. I can't like discern anything. On top of it, every time that my heart beats, the whole world pulses with it. So it's like I'm constantly in a rave party or something. The whole world is just, you know, pulsing along and having fun, right? So anyways, we are back. We're going to do a little bit more art. I started on a project yesterday just to see what could come out. And let me go ahead and switch things around over for you here. For those of you guys curious, if I really put my mind and heart into it, I can do things along these lines, you know, where it's just kind of a cool little thing, right? But I have to do things in a very weird way. So let me bring up Photoshop here. And I'll bring up the project that I'm currently working on. Hopefully it'll load up. Come on, Photoshop. Work with me here, Adobe. Work with me. It's been sitting here for a little while, so it's it's tired. It doesn't want to work. There we go. Now it's starting to load up. Okay, there we go. So this is the project that I've been working on since yesterday. I've got about maybe 3 hours worth of time into this one so far. Let me make it so that it's fitting to the screen. There we go. And if you're curious as to how it all began, essentially, this started off with just a splat on the canvas that looked like this. So this is how I work. Basically, I have to do a little bit of cloud watching. I just splat paint and texture on the canvas and see what being or what landscape or whatever it happens to be wants to come out and say hello. So in particular, this time around, it is this one. So I'm almost done with it. Like, I know there's a lot more that I could do with it, but I'm getting to the point where I'd like to move on to a different project just to see what I can create. But I had a couple of ideas that I wanted to throw into here before I called this finalized and posted it and all that kind of good stuff. One thing that I do that maybe is a little bit different from others as well is that for almost the entirety of the project that I'm working on, I don't zoom in. So, and that's because the way that my vision works, it kind of almost works against me. So what ends up happening, let me make my brush color white here. So what ends up happening is that if I, for instance, draw a line on the page here, okay, and you can see that white line is right there, right? A little bit. Okay. So, I don't just see this line. I see a line here. I see a line here, 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 here. There's some going over this way. They're like all over the place, like dripping around and circling around and all that kind of stuff. It's a mess. It's a mess. So, for me, line art is sort of a futile gesture. So I try to compensate by doing things in a little bit of a different way. So that's kind of like the basic backstory that I've got for you as far as who I am, what I do, all that kind of good stuff. I don't always do art on the channel here. I sometimes do sometimes I'll do games. Sometimes I'll just be sitting here talking. You know, it's kind of random. You know, I'm a bit of a random person, but you know, I do what I can to enjoy myself as much as I can. So this is a very weird song. What the heck is this song? I don't even know. I'm going to switch things around here a little bit. There we go. This might be better. Okay, so well, see, the thing is, when I'm looking at things on like the net, for instance, if I'm looking at other pictures or I'm trying to read text or something like that, I actually have my monitor on a monitor arm, and I have it so that I can get within just a couple of inches of it. And if I squint, then things become clearer, but I can't squint for very long to make it clear before I start getting a pretty bad headache. So, your picture, for instance, I will definitely take a look at, and I'll do that with once I can get a lot closer without having to be on stream to do it. Because otherwise, basically my face will be buried into the monitor. So, but, the thing that I wanted to try to do, and I don't know how well I'm going to accomplish it, is I wanted to like maybe add a little bit of hair texturing here. And otherwise, I think I'm pretty well complete. But I wanted to do it on stream because I know people were watching as I was doing the creation process with this. So I kind of wanted to give the final impetus of what the product would be like, you know? So, so let me see. I need to figure out what color I want their hair to be. I'll probably just do this kind of like reflective red kind of a thing. So, everybody that's here, just, you know, don't mind me. I'm going to like put myself into the monitor a little bit. So if I, you know, I don't always show my webcam because I'm usually a little bit close to my monitor and it's a little bit hard to see my face when I'm doing it. But I figured, hey, I may as well go ahead. So let me get this little bit of hair started and I'll see where I can go from here. That doesn't look too bad, I guess. That's not too shabby. I don't know. What do you guys think? Not too bad. Not too bad. So I'm going to go ahead and save this project. And I just kind of wanted to do that before I forgot about doing it. Because I will do that kind of a thing. You know, I'll work on something and then I'll move on to a different project and totally forget to go back and do what I had intended to do with it to begin with. But it's not too bad. It's not too bad. All right. So I'm going to save it. Yeah, that was kind of what I was thinking, is just something a little bit extra to make it so that this light that's coming off of her back here is like showing in the hair a little bit, you know, because with the darkness there, I mean, it made it look like they just basically had short hair, but I didn't necessarily want to do that. I just kind of wanted to add just a little bit of extra hint, you know, for the watcher's eye to grab hold of. Okay, so let me close this project. And I'm going to start a different project altogether. So, by the way, if you're curious, I can show you a little bit of a better viewpoint here on things. Okay, so ignore this image here. So I've only actually shown my art, my process of art, a couple of times now. This is actually, I think, the third time that I have shown my process, shown what I do, all of that kind of good stuff. And I'm very nervous about it. This one was basically the first image that I created outside of a landscape that I was doing just to practice, because it's been about a year since I've sat and done any kind of artwork. And I'm quite a bit nervous about it, to be honest with you. I've been bashed for my art a lot over the years, so I'm a little bit scared to show it. So but this is what I came up with. And this was kind of like, I could do a lot more detailing. I could do a lot more to it, but it was mostly just a practice kind of a thing so that I could get back into the swing of things a little bit. Because again, it's like, it's been a year since the last time I had really sat down and done any kind of artwork. And, you know, I just wanted to get a better feel for what I needed to do. So this is the one that I created, not yesterday, because the one that you guys just saw here was what I was working on yesterday, but this is the one that I did the day before that. This one is, again, there's a lot more detail that I could do to it, a lot more that I could do with it. But I kind of wanted to move on and see what else I could get to come out, you know? So, again, that's how I work. Like it's a little weird. It's a little different. And because it's so weird and different, I think that's why I'm a little bit nervous to show how it's done or how I do things. So let me go ahead and go back to Photoshop here, and I'll create another new project here. And I guess I'll go ahead and remain in portrait just to see what we can get to come out. And I'm going to like here's kind of a step-by-step of how I do things. Okay, so the first thing I do is I change the background color to something different than just black or white. I choose something that I'm getting a feel for the day. Like it's random. However I'm going to feel it's different from one day to the next. So I guess maybe I'll do this color here, kind of a goldish sort of a tone. And so I'll create new. And as you can see, that's what this canvas is, right? It's just showing that on as the base. Okay. Now, because I cannot do line art very well, right? Yeah. It's kind of akin to that. Yeah. So this is the baseline color that's probably going to be picked up the most in the technique that I use. So what I do is I start off, we'll just do it as the background. That's fine. Sometimes I'll start off with a new layer. Sometimes I'll do it just directly on the background. But because I cannot do line art very well, again, if I try to draw a line, there's many lines that are there, right? So what I do, and with this being Photoshop, I know this works in Photoshop. I don't know how it is with other programs because I've never really tried any. I do want to try out the Corel Painter to see how well I could do with it, but I don't know if they would have the specific tools.
Hello, we're your best friends.
Well, Surf, my God, it's been an age and a half since you've been around. Where have you been, brother? It is so nice to see you. Anyways, how you been? Just out of curiosity. So I don't know if Painter has this particular tool set that's available, but what I do is I come over here to the pattern stamp tool, and in the pattern stamp tool, there are a couple of different options that you can set to make use of. So the first thing to notice is that I have a brush that is a little weird looking. Okay. So this weird looking brush allows me to, like with each tap of it, it jitters the brush, right? So it transforms it into a different shape, different object, so on and so forth. And then what I do is I have inserted in different pieces of art that I've done and that other people have done over the years that contains a color palette that is attractive to me. So then I will select one of those, just, whichever one I'm feeling at that moment in time. And I will use this as my method of splatting paint around so that I can try to get a feel for who wants to come out and say hello today. Okay. So, I'll just run it along here, and we'll see if anything wants to make an appearance. We'll see if anything wants to say hello. So one of the tricks with this tool is that right up here, you're going to see this option, Impressionist. Okay. If you turn that option off, it's going to act just like the clone stamp tool. It is going to basically recreate whatever the pattern was. Okay. So whatever that pattern stamp is, it's going to recreate it. But we don't want that, right? We don't want that. All we want to do is make use of the colors that were there within that image. So when you do it as an impressionist, it changes it so that it just basically takes the randomness and it puts it down on the page. Okay. But again, with this textured tool that I use, this textured brush that I use, it also adds in these little swirls and daubs and all kinds of things all over the place, which is useful for my eyes to find something that's there that I can work with. Yep. Hey, Surf. How you doing? How you doing, brother? It's been a long time, man. How you feeling? How's your sciatica handling you? So I'm not necessarily feeling things with this color, I guess. Maybe that's the thing. But you guys you can see like the main color that was there originally is sort of shining through a little bit, right? And the more opaque you make this tool to begin with, the more that's going to happen as well, you see. So let me kind of just go back a little bit here. I don't normally undo, by the way. I'm just kind of going back to go back to the baseline a little bit more. All right, let's try this and let's see. So you see now that I turned the opacity on it down too, it's kind of doing it more in a smooth kind of way, but you're not getting those sharpened edges like you were seeing with the tool before, right? So I do tend to do like full on opacity, just to again splat things all over the place to figure out what's there, all right, so I'm not really feeling much with this color scheme today. All right, cool. So let's try a different color scheme. Let's do this one here. And now you notice I don't erase it, right? Because the colors that are there right now can still blend and do something different with this next pattern that I'm laying down, right? So, okay. Even right now, I can see that this, okay, let me change it to the brush so that I can kind of point things out a little bit. So you can see like this could be something like, let's turn this up. Like you can see there's wow, that is really huge. Sorry. Let me turn that down a little bit. There we go. You can see that this is kind of like the outline of a head here, right? And again, please pardon my lines. And then there's like a body here. You know, you can maybe like, I don't know, come up with some kind of creature that's a snake-like kind of a creature here or something, you know, that's like standing in the midst of, you know, something, or maybe even like you could extend this downward here, you know, and this is like a rocky statue on an outcrop or something like that, you know, just something that attracts your mind to it to say, okay, I can pick something out there. It's very much like cloud watching, you know, where you look at a cloud and you could see a bunny, but the person sitting next to you is seeing a dragon or something, you know. Everybody's a little bit different. You're going to see things differently than I do. Most definitely see things differently than I do because my vision issues include a lot more things around, right? But, you know, you can still try. Another thing, okay, so this is another kind of creature that is showing to me. So like I can see there's like a nose here and this is like a head, right? And then there's like a little bit of a mouth right here. There's a chin and then like this, and it's like maybe a weird like side view. And again, you can fill it out right there. You see, and this is like a person that's sitting here, you know, amidst this kind of light colored background, you know? So like, again, it's all a matter of picking out what you're feeling at that moment in time relating to the textures and the colors and all that kind of stuff that are there on the screen at that moment. So just trying to help you guys out a little bit, I don't know, like the only way I can really do this is by kind of doing it as a tutorial sort of thing to help you guys learn, because I come from a bit of a teaching background, and this is the way that I like to give myself enough confidence to be here doing this for you guys. You know what I mean? Getting audio glitches? What kind of audio glitches? Can you be a little bit more specific? I'm just trying to make sure because I'm not seeing anything on my end that would be causing any glitching. Okay, it might be because I'm not seeing anything on my side of things that should be causing any kind of glitchiness. Is it like halting and hesitating kind of a thing? Okay, yeah, Diva said that they're hearing me just fine, so it's got to be your speaker then, dude. Sorry. So I hope that all that made sense to you guys. I don't know if you guys want me to clarify it a little bit more or anything along those lines, but this is kind of my process. You know, this is sort of how I do things to get it so that something will show up for me, you know? Okay, that's cool. That'll work. That'd be good. So you can also change the size of this tool too, and it will dramatically change how things are when you're splatting the paint around too. Like, you know, as you can see now, it's a lot of darkness, right? So you can also make it so that it's a little bit smaller, you know, and you'll pick out more sort of randomness when it's smaller. Trying to just see who wants to come out and say hello today. I'm curious where all this is going to go. See, that's the thing. I don't know from moment to moment when I sit down to do a piece of art. I don't know what it's going to be like. Like, you guys are just as in the dark as I am with it. You know what I mean? So just for the awareness sake, right? Okay. This is something I could work with. Okay. So like, here's what I'm seeing. And this might be something that I could run with. I could see like this being like maybe an elf woman, right? Who is like, her face is right here. And it's kind of like a side view-ish of her face right here, right? And this is like her hair here, right? And so like here's her body, okay? And it's almost like it's a movie poster sort of a pose where her arm is kind of coming down like this. Here's her other part of her arm, you know, and like we're seeing like this, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I'm doing the lines really badly, but I hope that you guys get the idea with it. You know what I mean? Like it's a side view, you know, of her right here. And of course, like I did the face really badly. Like right here is the side of her face. You know what I mean? So yeah, I don't know. Maybe I could run with this and see where it goes. It might be interesting. All right. Yeah, we'll give it a shot. So what I do then, once I got the paint splatted down, then I'll go ahead and start on a new layer and keep that background layer intact because I'm going to just use it as a reference for my eyes basically to make use of, if that makes sense. So let me go ahead and start in on this. I'm going to do a different tool or a different brush. Sorry. This brush right here, it's a pretty good sketch brush. You know, it's a pretty good brush for me to make use of to get a good kind of sketchiness down. And I'm going to turn the opacity on it way down as well because this tool is pretty potent. Like it doesn't take much for it to work. Yeah, there we go. That should work. Okay. So I want to do a dark color with it so that I can get the baser, you know, the baser stuff there. Need just a little bit more opacity. There we go. Yeah, that's better. All right. So there's like her chest area right there, you know? And let's see what we can come out of this here. It's a little weird. It's a little weird how I work, you know, but I try to do my best to do what I can. So I'm going to lean in a little bit here. Pardon any microphone noise that you hear here. But I'm going to lean a little bit forward here so that I can see a little bit better because I'm quite far away from the monitor when I'm sitting in that position there. So. So how's things going, Surf? Talk to me, brother. How you been doing? I've been doing a lot of this for a while now. Just having fun trying to do a little bit of art, do a little bit of streaming, having a little bit of fun. It's a lot different than the radio days, that's for damn sure. And I'm really glad to be away from the radio days. Again, that's for damn sure. So yeah, this is kind of what I've been doing for a while. You must have seen the post on Facebook, huh? Is it starting to get a little bit clearer here, like what I'm seeing with this image? I hope that it is. I hope that it's kind of coming together, at least at this point, for you guys to get an idea of what I'm running with here. Trying to get the proportions maybe correct on where the face is going to be there. Right. Exactly. Yeah. Yep. I don't know. I honestly don't know at this point whether or not it's going to be a male or a female. It's just the impressions of things that I'm getting at the moment. They have not yet fully introduced themselves. They're still being a little shy. I know it's a little bit weird to talk about things like that, right? But it's how it is for me. It's like I feel like I'm tapping into something that's like outside of myself a little bit, and I'm just taking a photograph. Each stage of things is sort of like a photograph of this person, and every time that I'm taking a picture, it gets a little bit clearer and a little bit clearer. But I don't know from moment to moment who it's going to be yet, There we go. Just filling out the background a little bit there. Right. Yeah, exactly. It's like you get a feel for each moment, each time that you're sitting down with it, a different thing is going to end up happening, It's pretty cool to me, I think. I like that, I like when that kind of thing occurs. I do hope everybody out there is having a good night. If you guys are just tuning in for the first time, well, hello and welcome. I hope that you guys are having a great day, that everything is going your way. One thing that I do with every video that I want to make sure to do is give a little bit of a dad moment. You know, one of those moments where I just share a little bit of things, you know. So no matter who you are, no matter what you're going through, you are worthy of being loved. Don't ever let anybody teach you any different. Sometimes we go through life and we encounter these toxic people who are trying to teach us that we're not worthy of being loved, that we're not worthy of being anything. Don't let them do that. Don't give them your power. Only you can give your power away. Okay? So, and always remember too, that even though you might be saddled with somebody genetically, it doesn't mean that you have to have anything to do with them. You can walk away from them if you need to. If they're a toxic influence in your life, sometimes it's necessary. Sometimes we have to walk away from those toxicities in order for us to have peace in our lives. And that's the ultimate goal. You must have peace in your life, you know? So run with it, my friends. Do whatever you need to do with that, but there you go. And if nobody's ever told you before, I love you. Okay? Okay. So I'm giving my hand a moment to rest while I think about and ruminate upon what I'm doing here. Surf, I'm sorry, bro. Well, if you can't tune in, that's okay. I definitely understand, but I'm grateful that you're here for a moment anyways. All right? And be safe out there. Yeah, well, I have carpal tunnel as well, and I also have these issues with my eyes, so sometimes I have to let them rest for a moment when I've been squinting. Otherwise, I'm going to end up suffering what I despise, which is something called a high drop. It's something that people with my condition end up getting. Basically, the high drop is, okay, so one of the issues, again, with my eyes is that I have a massive amount of scarring that's on my corneas, and so a high drop is when fluid from the inside of the eye leaks out of those scars, and it causes a blister to occur, which is incredibly painful. It's basically like you've got a stone in your eye for the whole day and it won't go away. There's nothing you can do to stop it from happening. So the more I stress my eyes, in other words, the more I squint and that kind of thing, the more likely that kind of a thing is to occur. So if I take a couple of moments here and there to just rest them for a second or two, then I can avoid it a little bit longer, I guess, if that makes sense. Yeah, it's pretty ugly. It's just one of those unfortunate things with this condition. But I don't let it get me down, at least as much as I can. You know, sometimes things happen when I'm feeling low, you know, that I'll have a moment where I'm despairing, you know, but I try not to lament about it. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. I'm trying to do what I can do, you know. The only thing that any of us can ever do is to be the best we can be in that moment in time. And that doesn't always mean being the best. It just means being the best you can be in that moment, you know. And sometimes that moment, or that momentary best, is nothing more than getting up out of bed in the morning and getting a bite to eat. Sometimes we can't even do that. So, you know, it's all about that moment in time where you can feel like you can accomplish something, you know?
And that is, after all, the goal.
By the way, I do vape. You guys will see the vape. I smoked for about 30 years, and 8 years ago, I quit smoking cigarettes, and I switched over to vaping so that my wife could stop having chest pains. She was born with a pretty major heart condition, and whenever I would smoke around her, it would cause her chest to hurt. So I quit smoking for her, you know, to be able to feel better. And funnily enough, the vaping has no impact on her whatsoever, not even a little bit. So it works. Yeah, I'm a cloud chaser. There's definitely a lot of vape that comes out of this one. I just try not to blow it at the camera. Thank you for the sub. I do appreciate it. I'm trying to get affiliate status over there on Twitch. I won't deny. I would really love to get the affiliate status, but I'm not there yet. I need to get my average views up, I guess is the thing. Because right now I've got 1.6 on the average viewers, which is not nearly enough. Not nearly enough. So I'll get there someday, maybe. Not too worried about it though. I'm just having fun with things and hoping that everybody out there will have a little bit of fun with me too. Okay, so I want to concentrate a little bit more on the face head area. I think that the perspective is a little like I need to make her head a little bit bigger, perhaps, but like it's a little foreshortened. You know what I mean? So we're kind of like looking up on them here, you know, and the arm is what's coming in primarily as the foreground. So it is a little bit distant. It's not going to be as big as, you know, what you would expect it to be on a full side-on figure, right? But yeah, it's possible. It's possible, brother. I don't know, because it's definitely not on my end. My end's showing that everything's nice and strong. So thankfully, yesterday I had all kinds of problems. I ended up having to stop my stream. Yeah, there we go. That seems a little bit more reasonable. Just kind of increasing the size of it a little bit there and working from there. You might have a little bit better luck doing it through the browser as opposed to the Twitch app. Sometimes the Twitch app can be a little bit troublesome for phones, but I don't know. Right? Yeah, exactly. If you connect up to Chrome, it might be better connection. That's weird. It lets me log on to it on my phone. Isn't everything, Surf? Isn't everything? Oh, okay. You're taking off, Diva? Well, thank you for being here, and thank you again for the follow. I deeply appreciate it. And be safe out there. Have fun and be safe, okay? Thank you for being here. Yeah, it's good to be on. I enjoy what I'm doing at this point in time with all of this, as opposed to what I was doing with the radio, at least at the end. You know, I don't miss the radio stuff really at all. I've had a couple of people offer me to get back on again, and I'm just like, no, not me. Not me at this point. Not gonna happen. But I'm enjoying what I'm doing, so that's the point, right? Are you meaning right now? Yeah, I mean, it can be. I am live streaming also over on YouTube, though, if you want to watch me through YouTube Surf. Same channel as before. Let me see if I can put the link in here. Hold on. That should work. Funny timing. My Open Eyes intro song is playing at the moment. For those of you guys just tuning in for the first time, hello and welcome. My name is Ira. This is Blind Dad Does. Right now, Blind Dad is trying to do a little bit of digital art, trying to see what I can do to get it to work. It's turning out rather interesting so far, I think. I'm going to run with it and see where I can go with it. For those of you guys curious as to how it began, though, this is what it started off with. And I just splattered paint on the canvas to see what I could do. Oh, hey, this is a song I created, actually. If you guys are curious, this is one of my pieces of music that I made. There we go. This will be a little better. I'm trying here. I'm not that good with faces, because I don't see faces very well as it stands. So I try to do what I can with faces, but I'm working it. Be right back, guys. My cat is trying to like claw their way out the door here real quick. I'm back. Except now I have to get myself all comfortable again. And I don't know where my pen went. There it is. Okay. Whenever he wants out, he always makes me get up, and then I have to try to get myself all rearranged again here. So give me just a moment, folks. Sorry. Okay. Maybe we got this. So, I mean, so far it's turning out okay. I'm trying to get the lips rearranged just slightly. I gotta get myself back comfortable and figure out where I was. Mostly because I'm not quite satisfied with their size. I want them to be just a little bit larger, just a tad, right? But like sometimes when you're dealing with the tools in Photoshop, it doesn't work out that way. So I'm going to do something that I don't normally do, which is to actually zoom in before I get towards the end. I don't normally do this, but yeah, that feels a little bit better to me now. So for those of you guys just tuning in for the first time, welcome. Hello, my name is Ira. This is Blind Dad Does. Right now, Blind Dad is trying to do a little bit of art while being blind. It's not easy, but I'm trying to do my best. I'm trying to do what I can. All of this, if you're curious, started off with this. Just a splat of paint across the canvas, trying to figure out what's there, you know? And, well, this elvish, maybe kind of woman has decided to come out and give us a hello. So, that's what I'm working on right now and trying to get like a little bit more detailing done, trying to figure out like what they're doing, what they are saying, what the drama of the whole scene might be. And sometimes that's not easy, you know, sometimes for someone that's like me with the issues that I have, that's not an easy thing to accomplish, but, I'm trying my best. This is only the 4th time I've done any kind of an art stream, and I'm still quite nervous about it. I'm quite terrified of you guys watching my process, but my wife has encouraged me with it. My kids have encouraged me with it. People in the community have encouraged me with it. So I'm doing what I can. I'm trying to show a little bit about how I work and what the results might be. So we'll see what happens from here. Just taking a moment because my hands were starting to ache a little bit. And I do have carpal tunnel, so I have to be a little bit cautious with the things that I do and kind of recognize that when the little bit of aching sets in, it's time to take a moment, let my hand rest, and, you know, go from there. So that's what I'm doing at the moment. But I hope that everybody out there is having a good day. It's been a good day here. My wife and I are coming down with a little something, so we're trying to fight something off, and I'm not sure what it is. Right now it is primarily in my throat more than anything. It's not really sore, but it's there. You know, it's kind of got that little bit of a touch of something is going on there. You know what I mean? And so we're trying to be very careful because my wife is very immunocompromised, and so we're trying to avoid getting sick as much as we can. So yeah. Hopefully it's not really anything major and it won't do anything more than about what we're doing right now, you know? So I don't know. We'll see. Either way, it's been an okay day. We had a nice pasta dinner and that was good. Okay, so I'll get back into it here in just a second. Just letting my hand rest a little bit more, and then we'll jump back into seeing what we can get accomplished here. I'm not sure what direction we're going to go with it yet. So far, I'm just kind of getting this dramatic view. You know, it's sort of like one of those action poster, you know, movie poster kind of views where you're seeing them from the side and maybe their arms coming like closer in or something like that. holding something or whatever. I need to make sure to foreshorten the arm a little bit more. That is one thing that I need to accomplish yet, but I haven't gotten to that point yet. I'm just kind of like right now trying to figure out the details of the face, the perspective of the body, all of that kind of stuff. That's not really an easy process for me to do because I see way too much instead of way too little. So I'm going to give you guys a good example. This right here is a picture I actually did a couple of days ago on stream. But I'm going to give you guys a good example of the kind of thing that I have to look at. So, well, hello, Ali. How are you doing? It has been a very long time since I have seen you, young one. This is a pretty good viewpoint of what my eyes do, just for a matter of perspective. Here's a picture of the moon. You guys can see that there's superimposed moons and everything like that all over the place. And so this is kind of like how every image works for me, like everything that's on my screen, everything that I see, everything around me, all of that stuff is all right there in my face and bothersome. So Ali, are you ready to see what I'm accomplishing so far? Are you ready to see the horror show that this is becoming? Oh my God. It is terrible. It is absolutely terrible. Nobody should see this. Nobody should see this. I don't know. Yep. Shoot. Sorry, I hit the wrong button there. Let me sees, huh? I don't know. Are you sure? It's pretty.
It's bad. It's really bad. It sucks. Nobody should ever look at it. It's terrible.
It's super bad. Super, super bad.
All right. You ready? Here we go. Boom. This is what's happening so far. You want to see what it started off with? This. This little blood paint splash all over the place here ended up turning into this right here so far. It's a little bit different than what I originally saw it to be. Like I saw it originally, like the face was more up in here, a little bit more up in this zone and a little bit thinner maybe or something like that. But, so far this is how it's working out. So it's a whatever. So right now I'm kind of trying to figure out the perspective of the body and everything like that, because I'm kind of like seeing it as almost an action poster, like movie poster pose, where like this arm is coming more close towards the camera. I got to foreshorten this arm a little bit more, but and so the head is a little bit more distant. We're seeing like kind of this upper, camera view point kind of a deal maybe. So I just haven't gotten to the foreshortening of the arm yet. I was trying to work out a little bit more like detail of what the face was doing, so. Yeah, Surf was here for a bit, but his connection wasn't doing very well, I guess. So he had to take off. I think he was trying to go over to YouTube and it didn't end up working out. So, all right. So let me see. I can bring this down just a little bit, bring this edge here down this way, make it a little bit bigger as it comes down this way. Need to kind of maybe go like this. Yeah, that looks a little bit better like that. What do you think? That's a little bit better, a little bit more of a better perspective on it. And then I can put things like here to help like discern that this is bigger than this over here. I'm thinking I want to do this a little bit different. Like I can do I don't know, like some kind of deco item-y kind of things here where it's like, you can kind of see this diminishing here, and it gets a little bit bigger, you know, as it comes closer, and something like that, you know, something along those lines. But I haven't gotten there yet. Anyway, yeah, he came. He was here for a couple of minutes, but then he disappeared. I haven't had much viewers. I think I've had 2 the whole time that I've been streaming here. And then everybody abandoned me. Everybody left. So I've just been here by myself. But that's okay. I'm still here. So how are you doing, Ollie? Talk to me. Speak it to me. I gotta be careful. I don't want to give her bosoms galore, right? Bosoms of glory. And doom. You're good, huh? I guess that's good. I don't know. What do you think? That kind of ruddy red there? Not too bad. Boobs indeed. Boobs of doom. I'm trying. awesome. Yeah. Gonna switch songs. I wasn't feeling that one too much. Okay, I'm gonna take a minute here. My hand's starting to get a little bit sore, so I'll take a minute and let it rest. Take a drink while I'm at it, I guess. So for those of you guys just running across me for the first time, welcome. Where have you been? I've been here forever. Well, not really. Here on Twitch, I've only been here for a couple of weeks. But in that couple of weeks, I figured out I've been here for 25 days. I think 26 days is actually what I'm at right now. And I've got 95 hours streamed. So it's a lot of time. That's a lot of time spent on stream, that's for sure. But I'm enjoying my time here. I'm also over on YouTube. You guys can find both of my channels, Blind Dad Does and Blind Dad Does. I made it rather simple for everybody. If you guys look up either of those on either Twitch or YouTube, you guys will run across me and find me. I do different things on YouTube than I do on Twitch, and I do things on Twitch that you won't find on YouTube. Lots of content for you guys to consume and enjoy. But this is only the 4th time that I've ever done my art on stream, and I can say I'm terrified to show it to you guys. I am. I'm quite nervous to have this happening. But I do enjoy doing art. It's been actually about a year. Like 4 days ago, I started doing the streams of my art. And before that, it had been about a year since the last time that I actually did a piece of art. So I'm a little nervous because I'm a bit rusty and I'm trying to figure out how I want to do things, as far as the art streams goes. So, the way that I work it is kind of taking it from a tutorial perspective, just to help you guys figure out maybe a different way of doing things that might work for you, or that might work, to give you idea generation and that kind of thing. Like for instance, again, this thing started off with a very, very different type of a situation. It was this, just splatted paint on the canvas, and this gal right here is who decided to make an appearance. I wasn't even sure if it was a male or a female. I had no idea. I just kind of splatted paint and ran with it. So, yeah. It's a little odd process, but it works for me. It's how I do things, and hopefully it's usable for you guys to do something with too, if you so desire. And if not, that's okay. That's okay. The one thing to bear in mind is I don't have cleavage myself. So, I don't show any cleavage on screen or anything like that. So if you're here for that kind of thing, well, there's a lot of others out there that can do that. I am not the one. So the one thing to bear in mind when you're doing art, if you want to do art that has the realistic kind of a sense, and don't get me wrong, I am not a photorealist by any means. I am not skilled enough to do that. Well, I might be skilled enough to do that if I practiced, but my eyes just won't let me. You guys are seeing things a lot different than what I'm seeing them. But the one thing to bear in mind is the way that shadows and light work are not necessarily obvious most people will do shadows with just black, right? And that works. Don't get me wrong. That works. But if you want to add like that little touch of a realistic kind of a viewpoint to things, what you can do is instead of using black, like a straight black, you know, do something like a very dark blue or even a purple. And I mean very dark, right? You know, not too far distant from black, right? But there's a little bit of color there because shadows, and this may be something that people aren't aware of, but I do come from a photography background, right? So I worked with photographs a lot. And one thing that I learned is that shadows are not necessarily black. They are heavily saturated color. So what I do for my own art, you know, for my own stuff, I do shadows with a hint of color, you know what I mean? So that it adds just that little bit of extra something for the viewer's eyes to make it make sense. The same applies to highlights. Highlights are the opposite. The more light there is, the less saturated it's going to be. So the darker, more saturated, the lighter, less saturated. So if you do highlights, you can do things that are much closer into the white zone to make it, you know, more effective, I guess you could say. And one other thing as well, and I'm going to go ahead and do this right now because I need to get started a little bit on where the shading is. So I'm going to create a new layer. And again, this is Photoshop. You know, this would probably work in other programs as well, but I don't know other programs like I know Photoshop. I've been using it for years, so I'm practiced with it. But what you can do, create a different layer and go to the multiply on the layer. Okay. Right there. You can also set your tool, your brush, to multiply as well. Okay. And I'm going to use a soft brush for this part of things. That one will be fine. Yeah. So, and what I'm going to do, so the way that skin works, again, most people aren't necessarily aware of this. Skin itself is relatively translucent. There is some pigmentation to it from the melanin that is in your skin, but the by and large color that's there in the skin is actually like just below the surface of that upper level, right? And I don't mean like, you know, black, white, yellow, all that kind of stuff, right? I mean the additive effects that lack of light or excess of light will give to skin. So on skin, if a person has red blood, that red is going to show more in the shadows. Okay. If they also have red blood, they are going to have that be less of an effect in the light. Okay. And the light is going to be reflecting the oils and that kind of thing that are on a person's skin. So again, if you want to have like a sense of like a touch of real, quote unquote, anatomy to the paintings that you're doing, what you can do is in the shadows, you can, instead of just having like, okay, so let's say for instance, this character has this kind of greenish tone to their skin, right? They're kind of maybe a forest elf who is somewhat camouflaged in the forest, right? That's kind of like the impression that I'm getting, the thing that I'm going with, right? So you could, and I've kind of laid it just a slight bit there, you could use just a darker green to do the shadows, and it works, right? You can see that the shadows are working, right? However, if you want to have that little extra touch of realism to the thing, if your creature, your character, your person that you are looking at has red blood, well, in the shadows, you can have a dark red as the quote unquote highlight of that area. Okay. And that will add in that little extra oomph of realism to whatever the viewer is looking at. So this technique can be used, for instance, if you have an alien creature who has blue blood, instead of red, you would use kind of like a bluish tone to reflect the fact that there's that blue beneath the skin. You see what I mean? And you can actually add, make it really kind of grotesque-y with it as well, So just a little bit of helpful hints, I guess, of things that I've found over the years have kind of made it a little bit more effective for me to do things to make it a little touch more real, because I have this limited amount of tools that I can use with my eyes. So I have to make as much pop for my viewers as I can. I hope that makes sense. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this red tone, and if you do it in multiply mode with a soft brush, it kind of helps to blend it just a little bit better, just a tad better. So I don't know how it will be with other programs, but you could probably approximate it like this, So let me go ahead and get to work here, and I'll show you what I'm doing here. Okay, so you guys can see like how that really makes it pop when compared to the rest of the skin, right? Now, I will say as well, I kind of messed up. I chose the wrong tool, so I'm actually going to start this layer over. Can I do that? Oops. Yeah. Just needed to make sure. Okay, so I'm going to start the layer over, and I'll do a different tool because this one was kind of the wrong one for it. So let me choose a different one here. Yeah, this one should be better. So again, we'll set it on multiply, and the brush itself is still on multiply. And I'm going to turn the opacity on the brush itself down just a little bit more. So, all right, let me try this again, see what I can do with it. There we go. That's not too bad. Oh no. I lost the condom off of the front of my microphone.
Yippee!
Oh my goodness, Fifi, you're raiding me. Oh my goodness. Oh, brother, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for bringing everybody in. I hope everybody out there is having a great time. For those of you guys just joining in, welcome. My name is Ira. This is Blind Dad Does. Right now, Blind Dad is doing a little bit of art as best as he can. And you guys can kind of see what I'm working with here a little bit. And hopefully it's making a little bit of sense. I was just showing some of the way that I do highlighting and shadows and all of that kind of stuff. But yeah, this is me. Welcome in, everybody, and enjoy your stay. There's coffee over there. Just make sure you tip your waitress. She's been on her feet all day. Avoid the soup. It's been a little bit off today, but yeah. Otherwise, I hope you enjoy your stay. So yeah, for those of you guys not aware, and you guys are just coming in for the first time, well, where have you been? I've been here forever. No, I'm just kidding. I've actually been on Twitch for about 2 or 3 weeks at this point in time, and you know, I'm having a lot of fun with it, but I've been a YouTuber for a long time. And so all of this is kind of new to me. This is only the 4th stream that I've ever done any kind of artwork with. And I'm a little bit nervous. I'm a little bit scared. You guys are scaring me. Oh my goodness. But I hope that you guys are enjoying things. I try to do things in a bit of a different way. Like, my art comes out very odd. Or at least it starts out very odd. So as you guys can see, this is what's happening at the moment. And the way that it started out is, well, this. So this is what I've started with, a big splat of paint on the canvas at random, and just have gone from there. So I've gone from this to this. Little weird, but you know, it is what it is. So, yeah, for those of you guys not aware, I am a blind guy. I cannot see basically past a few inches in front of my face, and I have to squint very hard to get any kind of gauge on what's being said in the chat and that kind of stuff. But yay! Thank you. Seriously, you guys are awesome, and I appreciate you guys being here. So the blindness that I have, I see too much instead of too little. In fact, I can give you an example real quick. This is a picture of the moon, and this is basically what I see the moon like. So, you know, I have to try to do things in a little bit of a different way compared to what other people might when it comes to doing artwork. But I have fun with it, and I try to do what I can to help you guys maybe learn a couple of tips and tricks that you maybe didn't know before, in order to, you know, make your art into something different or make it into something exciting and new. Oh my goodness, exciting and new art. Well, anyways, yeah. So this is the person that decided to come along off of the picture. It's not like I don't have the perspectives quite done yet and all that kind of good stuff. I'm just kind of building in with the highlights and the shadows to have them introduce themselves to me. So the way that I work, it's sort of akin to cloud watching. Like, I splat paint on the canvas because I can't see lines very well. Like, well, I see lines, but I see them too much is really what it comes down to. So I can't do line art, you know. If I try, okay, let me just say, it's not that I can't do line art. It's just very, very difficult for me to do line art. So a little technique that I learned a long time ago to help me to get through the creation process is to, you know, start off with these splats of paint done at random so that I can then figure out who wants to come out and say hello, you know? So in particular today, this little person right here has decided to come out and say hello. So I have yet to zoom in at all. So I know that there are little things and little weirdnesses and that kind of thing that are going on with it right now, but that is because I'm still basically building from the ground up out of the cloud that was there. So like how someone can look at a cloud and see a bunny and the next person sees a dragon, that's kind of how it is for me. So you guys might see a little bit of something different in the beginning thing than I did, but that's who came out today. So yeah, it's a technique that's weird, but it works for me. And I like to talk about it to people because I like to see what people can do with it themselves. So let me show you actually a couple of pictures here of what I've done over the past couple of days on the stream, just so that you guys can get an idea of, sort of where I'm going with things. This one I did yesterday, or not yesterday, the day before yesterday on the stream. So kind of a cyberpunky elf thing. So this one came out nice, I think. And then, let's see. This one I did as of yesterday and finished it up today. I added a little bit of hair and stuff like that into it today. So I think it came out nicely for what it is, about 3 hours worth of work on both of those. So, So right now I am just kind of, tooling around trying to do the highlights, the shadows, make things, as good as I can, as good as I can. So, yeah, there you go. The quick down and dirty about me. It's kind of funny because I noticed for whatever reason, when you came in with the raid there, it brought everybody in and then suddenly everybody disappeared. So I guess I chased everybody away. Darn it. But I thank you for bringing everybody into me here, Fifi. It's deeply appreciated. I do vape, so I'm just filling up my vape here real quick while I'm taking a moment. I quit smoking about 8 years ago for my wife, who has severe health issues, and it bothered her chest whenever I would smoke around her. So I quit smoking for her. I switched over to vaping, and it doesn't bug her at all. So it's weird. Gotcha. I don't know how it works. I'm an old man here on this Twitch thing. I don't know what I'm doing yet. So how'd your stream go? How did the D&D session end up? Just out of curiosity. I know you were doing the creation process with Sonia, right? Huh. Okay. Gotcha. That's weird. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know anything about it, so I thought maybe everybody just came and they were like, nope, we don't want to let this guy. This guy sucks. We're done with him already. I don't know. It's happened before. I do, unfortunately, need to do a quick AFK. I just got to wash my hand off here real fast. Well, maybe I got something here. Give me just a second. Okay, there we go. There we go. I couldn't tell you. I don't know. They were. I don't know if they are right now. Oh, no. I mean, I thought that you were doing like a character creation thing for Sonya. Jumping in to do the D&D creation thing. Character creation. I'm going to lean forward here just a little bit so I can see what I'm doing. Okay, that's not too bad. Let me switch over to a different brush here, and I'll go out of the multiply mode just so that I can try and sharpen some of these edges up a little bit. I have no idea what this song is. I'm going to switch songs. I don't know if I like this one or not. Okay, gotcha. Thank you, Fifi. I appreciate it. I'm trying. So I'm once again going to go into multiply mode into the shadows here with the dress that she's wearing. And I'm going to use the soft brush again just to give it a little bit more of an effect. We'll see what happens with it. Forgot to make a character. So one of the things that I want to make sure to mention when it comes to doing shadows and highlights and that kind of stuff is the fact that shadows are not necessarily black. Like when someone's doing art, you know, shadows aren't necessarily black. So what you want to do is you want to add in, like, okay, bear in mind, shadows are heavily saturated. Like that's what makes them as dark as they are, is because there's a lot of saturated color to them. So instead of doing black in your own art when it comes to shading, you might want to look into doing like an opposing color, like a purple or a blue that is very dark, to do the shading, as opposed to just doing like a darker version of the same color that you're working with. The same with highlights. Highlights are actually less saturated. So, and they will kind of, highlights will reflect the colors of whatever the light source is. So in this case, the light source is a greenish color. Therefore, the highlights are going to have that kind of a greenish to them as well.
Hello, rescue best friends.
Fox and Bull, thank you so much for the follow. I deeply appreciate you being here. I'm very grateful that you're spending this moment in time with me. And I hope that you have a really, really good night. I'm just kind of trying to run through a little bit of art here. Bear in mind, I am a blind guy, so I do work a little bit slower than what anybody else might expect. And I also may not be all that great, but I'm trying to do what I can with everything, and hope that you guys just, you know, enjoy whatever ends up happening. So since new people are coming in, I guess I can show this. This right here is what I created on yesterday's stream. And I think it turned out pretty cool. This was about 3 hours worth of work, and I could do a lot more detailing to it, but I just, I was done with it. And then this is the one that I created the day before. So I did this one on stream as well. You might stream after me. That's cool, Ellie. That's cool. And then I guess the thing that I'm a little nervous about is that this is really only about the 4th time that I've done my art on stream, or really letting anybody besides my wife see my creation process, because I don't know, I'm scared of it. You know what I mean? I'm very nervous about it. I'm very scared of it. So I hope that you guys are a little bit patient with me. So this actually, for edification's sake, this picture started off as this. I work in a weird way. I splat paint on the canvas and just try to see, like, through cloud watching kind of a thing, what creature, what landscape, whatever the case may be, would like to say hi to me today. So today it is this, well, I guess elf woman in a kind of a forest scene who's walking through. I got the impression basically that it's kind of like almost an action movie poster where the arm is like trying to, like she's holding it out towards us a little bit. And so I need to work on the foreshortening of it basically, but I haven't gotten to that yet. So at the moment I've just kind of been working on getting the figure itself to show itself more effectively. Kind of the way it works for me is that each stage of art for me is like a photograph. I'm taking this photograph in this other dimension, and each time that I'm taking the photograph, it starts off really blurred and very hard to discern what's there. And then with each stage of it, I'm kind of taking a better and better picture, so that I can get more of a viewpoint of what's happening in the scene. So thank you guys. I really do appreciate it. I'm not used to people enjoying my art. A lot of people have bashed me over the years for my art, and so it's kind of a scary process. I've had people destroy my work before. One of my ex-wives took all of the work that I ever did, threw it into a fire, and told me that I was useless and would never amount to anything with it. So I may as well give up now. She thought she was saving me from myself. She did that with all my books too, because I'm also an author. I've published 14 books and dozens of short stories, and back then she decided that any creative thing that I did needed to be destroyed. She was very abusive. So I kind of took a long time to get over that lesson that she taught me. And I've tried to come back to it since. And, over the years, I've tried to show some of the different things that I've done, and just people haven't responded well to it. So I've been really nervous, I've been really, flat out terrified to show my process of things, because it is so different and weird compared to what other people do. I can probably do like line art, but I suck at it because of the way my vision works. It's horrible. My blindness is that I see too much instead of too little. So with every line that's around, I actually see about a dozen or so of them superimposed over each other, and they're warping all over the place, shifting everywhere. So, I have to do things a little bit different to get the flow, going for me. So wow, really? Oh, geez. Thank you. I do appreciate it. I really do. I'm not used to it. Thank you. I'm glad that you enjoy it. I am. I'm very glad that you enjoy it. I'm trying. I started off being a photographer, and I've kind of gone from there. I will show you one that I'm actually really proud of. Let me bring this one up here. So again, like the ones that you're seeing right now, they're not fully developed, right? I could put a lot more time into them, a lot more effort into them, and make them into, something much more finished, right? But I'm trying to do it on stream too at the same time. This is a pretty good example of what I can do if I, let me get this better. If I like put my time into it, this is probably about 8 hours worth of work here. And I'm really proud of how this one came out. I love this one. So thank you. You guys are going to make me cry. Really. Seriously. Legit. You guys are going to make me cry here. I can show you a couple of others too. This one here is one that I would consider to be more finely developed. Well, okay. So I started off as a photographer, and I loved doing it, but I got the bug to try doing photo manipulations. So I got into doing photo manipulations, and I did that for a couple of years. But as I was doing the photo manipulations, I realized more and more that in order to make things appear how I wanted them to appear, I kind of needed to start doing paint work with it too. So for a few years, I actually did painting with a mouse. And then, so paintings like this I would do with a mouse. And then I got a Wacom, and that Wacom really changed things for me. So I started using that, and I used it for a long while. And then I gave up the art because I just, I lost the inspiration when I started doing radio. So I did radio for about 6 years, and the radio biz really took every bit of creative juice I ever had out of me. It was a horrible experience. Here's another one that I like really well too. So I stopped doing art for a really long time. And during that period of time, my vision progressed worse and worse. So I what I do now, I've pretty much learned over the past about year and a half or so. And I've kind of just tried to go from there with it, off and on. So like I took a year off because I got a little bit of problems happened, so I had to take a year off basically. And here's another one I like really well too. I like the little animal that came with her. So I've kind of tried to develop my skills. So like this is about 6 months worth of like really nice work, okay, I'm not sure who was trying to post what there. Sorry, my bot like auto killed it. Yeah. I don't know what to do to change all of that. I like this one too. This one's a little weird, but I like how that one came out. That's actually like, I was just trying to learn how to do eyes basically. So this was like an eye practice. It's about posting fish links. Gotcha. Okay. I like this one a lot too. I don't do many monstrous things like this, you know what I mean? Like dragons and that kind of stuff. But it just depends on who wants to come out again. Like at that moment in time, who wants to come out and say hello. So that was that guy. And a lot of the things that I do, I actually try to come up with like a story behind it as well. So if I post them, I'll usually post this little blurb of excerpt of a story with it as well. So this is another one of those kind of monstrous creatures that decided to say hello. Yes. Yeah. I've done it quite a bit. Yeah. One of the things I plan on doing with the channel once I get a little bit bigger, get some people coming in and that kind of thing, is I want to kind of have role-playing nights with people, because one of the storyline worlds that I've created is this universe that has at its core a gigantic city called Center, and one of my alters is a bard who owns the bar at the outskirts of this metropolis, and it's like a steampunk / magic combined world. So I'd like to do kind of role play nights where I'm like telling stories from their perspective, so things that they've gone through during their lifetime and stuff like that. So I like this one a lot too. So Fifi, you were talking about the drow thing. I actually created this image right here based around the idea of what if the drow had a superhero like Superman or something like that, Superwoman, a drow version of a superhero, so that's why I did this one here. This one's pretty cool too. I wasn't completely satisfied with the figure, but I love the colors that were in this, you know, just love the colors. I kind of gave myself a quest of sorts that I would do a piece of art every day. So all of the things that you're seeing here are ones that I created within a day's worth of time. So like each one took a day. I'm appreciating you guys letting me do this so that I can not only show what I can do, right? Because I'm proud of it. I am, even if I do down myself with it. But I also need to let my hand have a rest for a minute. So I like this one too. I mean, it was good practice. That was the main reason. I wanted to do it as a practice tool, you know, just to see like how developed I could do something if I gave myself a day to do it, you know. And that was it. Like, you know, even if I wasn't fully done with the piece, I'd move on to the next piece the next day because I'd give myself that time limit just to see how much I could develop within that day. I like this one a lot too. Yeah, I really like the way the chains came out in that one. It's pretty cool. I like this guy here too. Kind of wanted to do a little bit of a, you know, one of those giant Godzilla kind of monster things, you know, with it. So that's what came out. This one's a little bit bizarre, but I really like how this one came out. I really like how this one came out. This is Strith, the mistress of dreams. But are those dreams real, or are they imaginary, or are they actually nightmare? This is Gadriel. The thing that she was holding was kind of like this magic scythe thing that I had in my mind. But it's up to you to interpret. You're the viewer, you interpret it. You guys see things differently than I do, you know? You guys, yeah, it is a weapon. That's what I was intending it for. Yep. Yep. I like this one too. I'll have to resize this one a little bit. There you go. So I'm sorry I don't have cleavage on my webcam, you know, but I just do this kind of stuff. Yeah, red is one that I kind of like got in the mood for back then. It was definitely a thing. I've kind of been more on a green kick of late. This one is different. This is one of the landscapes that I did. There's another landscape for you. Yeah, mushroom. Yep. Yep, sure is. So Fifi, this one is one that I sent to you. I love the way the staff on this one came out. I think it looks really cool. Could have done a lot more with it, but yeah, I like it. And then just because I wanted to create like an underwater scene, so I came up with this like little sub thing. Hi, Miso. How you doing today? How's your day going? I'm just taking a little bit of a break. I'm in the middle of doing a piece right now, but I'm taking a little bit of a break. And since everybody was coming in, I was just kind of, showing everybody some of the things that I've done in the past and stuff. So. Yeah, I really like the way that sub came out. I wanted it to be a focus. So, I kind of did everything in the background a little vague, but this one I wasn't sure about. It's okay. It could have done it a lot better, but this was one of the first ones that I did when I was first starting to try to learn, some of the techniques that I do now. So that's how this one came about. Not fully satisfied with it, but it's okay. It's okay. This is one that my wife likes a lot. She got a big kick out of this one. Just a kind of your standard ocean scene sort of a thing. The simple things please her, I guess. Yeah, exactly. Here's another one of those monsters that I decided to do. I like this one here a lot too. I like how this one came out. I can show you guys a couple of the other things that I've done too that are not necessarily straight up painting. I'd used painting with them, but they're comboed basically. So there's like this here, which I really like. I gotta make this one bigger. There you go. It's a little better. That one, no, that's not Jolene. It looks a lot like her, but it's not. This is another one that I both used photos and painting with. Yeah, it was an album cover. Yep. For a German band. The one and only commission I've ever had for my art. Ever. You know what? I don't remember the name of it, honestly. It's been a really long time. I think it was like 12 years ago when they ended up commissioning me for it. This one I like a lot too. This one's it's a little bit sexy, but yeah, I like that. I like how this one came out too. This I made for potentially being an art, a cover for one of my books. I ended up not using it for the book, but I like how this came out too. Oh, well, thank you, Fox, for being here. I really appreciate you. Awesome. So awesome being here. And I'm very grateful for this moment in time that you've given me. I hope that you have an amazing night and that everything is going your way. Hey, Frosty, welcome. Yes, but the boobs were completely obscured, so. I'm going to try to give me just a quick moment here. I am going to try to find a particular image that I did of my wife that I really, really love. Okay, well, there's this one here. This one is my wife. I painted this one based off of a photo that I took of her. I love how that one came out. I really do. This one's obviously not my wife, but I like how this one came out too. Oh, Miso, thank you for the host. I really appreciate it. Oh, seriously, I do. Thank you. Thank you so much. From the bottom of my bottom, I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'm going to try to find this image that I really, really love. Ah, yes, yes, yes. Here it is. Here it is. Yes. I love how this one came out. So that's what I did for a long time, was kind of combining painting with photos, you know, and I would, like, my wife was a model for a lot of them. Just because she's got that long hair. I think she's very pretty, you know, and like, just, she was a really good model, you know, really good model for it. I like this one too. Do you guys know the song "The Noose" from A Perfect Circle? Just out of curiosity, "The Noose" by a Perfect Circle. I'm not going to play it because obviously it's copyright. But if you're familiar with the song, this image I actually painted while listening to that song over and over. I got obsessed with the song. And so like I ended up just doing this image while listening to that song over and over and over. One of those weird things. This is an older one, but I like how it came out. And then this one is one of my wife as well. I really love how this one came out. This one I did as a photo. This, it's a photo of her, but I would do things in such a weird way to try to get the colors and all that kind of stuff to come out the way that I wanted them to. This is without any photo manipulation whatsoever. This is just straight from the camera. Gotcha. Cool, thank you. You are power. I have the power. So anyways, that's me. That's what I do. It's kind of what I try to come up with, with things. But let me show you guys what I'm currently working on. If I can get my darn thing to work. Why is it not working? What has happened? What are you doing, computer? Don't mess with me now. There we go. There we go. So this is what I'm working on right now. This started off as this. And I've gone from this, developing it slowly into this being who has decided to tell us hello. So I'm just kind of getting started on doing the highlights and shading and that kind of stuff. So please pardon its condition at the moment, but that's where it stands right now. So for those of you guys just joining in, hello, welcome. My name is Ira, and I hope that you're having a very good day. Right now, Blind Dad is trying to do a little bit of artwork, trying to see what can get developed. So yeah, I'm a little weird. I'm a little bizarre. I am a blind guy, but I do try to do things as best as I can through the blindness. I have a genetic disorder, genetic defect in both of my eyes that caused me to see too much instead of too little. Essentially, my eyes are pyramid shaped instead of egg shaped. And so because of it, it really messes with my vision a lot. I don't like this song. I'm going to transfer it into a different song. There we go. This one's a lot better. I like this song a lot. So, yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing right now, is just trying to figure out like what I want to do with her. So I kind of had this impression that it's sort of like an action movie poster where she's like taking a stride and her arms are like kind of coming our direction a little bit, or her arm, not arms. Her arm is kind of coming our direction a little bit. So like, I have yet to work on the foreshortening of it, so it's a little on the bizarre side right now. But that's sort of what I was going to be getting into as of next. So. Just kind of doing a little bit of corrections here and there. Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah, kind of along those lines. I wasn't sure what to do with her at first, and then as I developed her a little bit more and more, that's kind of what she was wanting to tell me, The way I look at things, and this may be a little bizarre, right? But I look at things as if I'm kind of peering into a different dimension with a camera, and I'm just taking series of photographs one after the other, and each one of them is trying to become clearer and clearer. I don't know who the being is until they have started to really kind of introduce themselves to us. At first, I didn't know if this was a man, a woman, elf, ogre, troll. I don't know. Like, literally, I have no idea. And then I started to develop it, and this is sort of what has come about. I am liking it so far, but it's a bit of a different perspective, and so I'm not sure like how well I'm going to accomplish this, but I'm going to give it my best. I'm going to give it my best whirl here. I do feel like what we need to do maybe is to bring her arm down like from the elbow, kind of a thing here. Making an orc girl right now. Cool. Yeah, I mean, she might be kind of like an orc girl. You know what I mean? Like, it does have that feel to it a little bit. Need to up the opacity a little bit. There. Oh shit. You know what? Oh, sorry about my language there. I don't usually cuss on stream. I'm used to doing radio, so I'm used to having to follow the FCC regulations, and all that stuff. So pardon me if I do use untoward language. I did. I don't know. Is that looking right, or am I just screwing up here? I don't know. Twitch can handle it. Yeah, I've definitely heard a lot worse out of Twitch. That's for sure. I mean, off stream, I'll cuss like a sailor. You could not imagine how much language I use. But again, I did radio for a really long time, so I kind of got myself trained to not do too much when I'm on a stream. Oof, I'm not sure about this. I don't know. What do you guys think? You tell me, because I can't see it very well. Yeah, maybe something like that right there. Right, but what I was trying to do is like as if this arm is like closer to us, if that makes sense. Maybe what I need to do is actually do something like this. Let's see. Yeah, see, I was going the opposite direction. That's what my problem is. I'm sorry, guys. Oh, wow. Yeah. I'm going to have to work on that one a bit. Suddenly my eyes are freaking out. They're all like, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Oh, what are you doing? It's horrible. Maybe if I do something like this and it's like in the shadow a little bit, you know, that'll make me feel a little more comfortable at the moment. Yeah, they do. It's the make me cuss for the channel reward thing. I think I'm the only one that made you do it. Am I right? I'm the only one that's actually done it for you. No, I think it was me because I'm pretty sure I did one. Maybe Maple did one too. But the first one you did, yeah, went hard. It was the F-bomb. Like the first one was an F-bomb. I haven't hit affiliate yet, so I don't know. I don't know what I'll do with mine. If I ever get there. I don't know. At this rate, I probably won't. You guys have no clue how much I hate doing hands. It's not too bad, I guess. I can work it up from there. Yeah. It's like, especially for me, because I see so many, you know, aspects of it. It's like I can't tell exactly where I'm tapping. What the crap song is this? I do not remember downloading this song. We'll do this one. This is a lot better.
So it's very easy. And maybe in our world here, there lives a happy little mountain. This knife has a straight edge on it, so it's very easy. Maybe in our world here, there lives a happy little mountain.
It's such a catchy little song. This is a song that Ollie created. Ooh. Special. Yeah. But it's so pretty. Yep, yep. And they're one of my bestest friends. Yes, but little beans are just fine. Right. Ooh, ooh. Yeah, go with a little funk. I said funk. Hey, that looks a little bit better like that, yeah. I think we're getting somewhere now. Had to turn on the funk for this one. Yeah, a little bit of smooth jazz. Oh, can I do the radio voice for you? Yeah, coming down the pike right now. A little bit of smooth jazz for you. Enjoy your night. Oh, yeah. I could do that. I could do that. Yeah, Ollie does a great voice. Definitely a great voice.
I'm stuck with things like this. Oh yeah. Bit of smooth jam.
Where's it better like this? You smooth jam.
I don't know. I can go a little bit higher, but I don't want to wake my wife up. She'll wake up and be like, what the crap? So I'm going to jump AFK just real fast. Unfortunately, I need to wash my hand off. I got a little bit of juice on myself here, and I need to make sure to get it cleaned up before I get it all over my Wacom here. So give me just a brief moment. Sorry, guys. Enjoy the smooth jazz. The smooth sounds in the middle of the night. Aw, yeah. Y'all are weird. I love you. I do. Trying to get myself comfortable again here. Give me a moment. There we go. That's a little... Nope. That ain't better. That's a little better. Okay. I'll work it out eventually. Do you guys want to hear... Let me ask you this. So you guys know I'm an author. And if you didn't know, well, I am. So I created, at one point in time, a little trailer for my channel. And if you guys are interested, I can play it for you. I think it turned out kind of neat. So what I do with my stories, my short stories anyway, is I like to come up with audio dramatizations of the stories that I create. But the problem is I can't see the emotes very well, Miss Ollie. I can't see it very well, unfortunately. I try my best. Spoken code. All right, let me see if I can see it. I'll lean in again. So, okay, once upon a time, there was a magician who went to outer space and came upon a dangerous situation. It was a crocodile. There was explosions and mass things happening, and it was all dangerous. It was all very deadly. And then the dwarf cried. But then the knight said, "Fear not, for we will emerge victorious." And they did. End of story. Close. Code cracker. So let me do this. I want to play, because it's like, I've never had anybody give me feedback on how I did the channel trailer, right? Like, nobody has ever given me any feedback on it. They want the rights. Yeah. So it's pretty much, it's all like, yes, there's video to it, but it's about the audio, because the audio portion of things is, a trailer for my audio stories, right? So let me see what you guys think.
I have to say something.
If she was doomed to enter into those pits herself for taking her revenge on him, so much the better. She would rail at Satan himself to stoke the flame higher on them both, just so she could see him suffer more. She smiled at that thought as his eyes rolled into the back of his head and the lid slowly fluttered. She ran forward, arms outstretched, slamming into him with her full weight, and as she crashed into him, her fingers wrapped around his throat, pressing inward. She felt the bones there crack a little beneath her flesh and saw the shock in his eyes as the air was huffed out of him. Ghosts, voices.
Do you realize what you have done?
How many days have I wandered now? How many times have I walked these streets, the faces surrounding me, the ghosts of what we had been, what we were, and what we were to become, all of them at once, calling out to me, blaming me, accusing me of my heinous crime against them all. Guilty man, marked with the blood of an entire species. No, more than that, an entire planet. All life, everything changed in that one moment, that one infinitely long second when that simple finger of a man created it all.
No, he's still not awake. I wish I could talk to him. I really miss his voice. I wonder if he can hear me talking.
So that's the trailer I created. One of the things I try to do is, come up with like really cool professional style kind of thing, but I was using my old microphone during that time when I was doing the recordings. So I don't know how well it came through, but I think it came out okay though. Thank you. I appreciate it. This here is actually one of the songs I created too, to go with my stories. All right, let me get back to things here. Giving my hand a rest, so should be better. Thank you, though. I do appreciate it. Again, like, I get really bad feedback from people, So, yep, you got bedtime stories. It's like Stephen King. Do you want me to tell you a bedtime story? No, then go to sleep. You know. Oh, probably, yeah. Quite frequently. Actually, would you guys like to hear a short one while I do the little painting here? Since I'm not doing much talking while I'm doing the painting, would you guys like to hear one of my stories? I'm happy to do one. Give me your feedback if you'd like to. Yeah? Okay. Sure, okay. I'd be happy to. Not many people listen to them. Not many people have heard them, so I can give it a shot. Let's see. Which one should I do? Ollie, you got any recommendations? You've heard all the stories, so you got any recommendations? I'm thinking Whiskey Dry. It's a post-apocalyptic story. Yeah. Okay, that'll work. All right, well, enjoy, guys. Hope you do.
Awesome Stories by Ira Robinson.
Whiskey Dry and the Unknown by Ira Robinson. Dust swirled in small eddies as he lifted the glass to his lips, squinting his eyes against the scent wafting from the brown liquid inside. One swift gulp, and the entire contents went down his throat. The burn was instant and satisfying, a sensation he'd not felt for more months than he could be bothered to count. The place was a lucky find, abandoned like so many other spaces that had once harbored humans in masses in numbers beyond count. So many, each going through their days without any sense of what was to come or how it would all end. More dust joined the eddies along the floor, picked up by the soft draft seeping from below the doorway, cascading from his large-brimmed hat as he shook his head. Scintillas of light sparked with the motes, chasing one another through the old building. He slid his eyes further, the white glows of the sun rays eating into his brain as the whiskey suffused through his blood. He could stay in this place, at least for a while. There hadn't been a soul in sight for many days, and to find a building that hadn't been taken over by the forces of nature that had been so keen to wipe the memory of humanity away since the day civilization did itself in was a rare joy. To find something as magnificent as a full, unbroken bottle of whiskey on top of it was almost unnatural. To find an entire case of them held within the walls of this old bar, well, that was a miracle. A goddamn miracle. The burn still on his lips, the bottle tipped over the glass once again, the gentle slosh of liquid nearly covered up as the harsh gust slammed against the side of the building. A few crumbles of ceiling above drifted down to the dirt-encased floor, but he paid it no mind. The glass met his lips and he sucked it empty again. A whistling gasp pulled through his teeth as the burn blinded his senses. It, like so much else in the world that had moved on, was fleeting. The glass tinkled against the hardwood bar top and he leaned forward, his hands embracing his head as the dim glow of the whiskey high suffused his brain. His hands dropped to his side and he spun around, instinct driving his fingers to unclasp the pistol at his right hip. Wrinkle-lined eyes roamed from one side of the room to the other as he searched for what had made the strange buzzing. A moment, two, passed, but there was no sign of movement in the space. No roving band of horror-stricken and gut-hard survivors burst through the door. No animal, or what could be considered such in these dark days, growling as it made for his throat. Nothing. Only the wind outside and the settling of his own bones as he slowly relaxed his grip on the pistol and heaved a sigh. When it came again, his eyes were planted on the spot the buzz centered around. It had not been his imagining, after all. The small black device plastered to the pole in the center of the room emitted the noise again, a keening, high-pitched wail, almost pretty, if a bit muted. He rose to his feet, his hand once again on the gun, but there was no movement other than his own, no shadows slinking towards him, nor a hint of any life around other than himself. His brows furrowed as he squinted, fragments of memory coming back to him as the sound buzzed again, moving a step closer to the object on the pole. His mouth widened as recognition finally burbled through the whiskey and into his mind. The handset was in his hand before he could think to stop himself. The buzzing bell stopped as the receiver went to his ear, a familiar instinct from his much younger days. Static bleated into his ear. How is this possible? His lips widened as he mouthed a word, but no sound came from his throat beyond a soft choking. When he tried again, the word gasped out. Hello? The static crackled briefly as some mechanical connection was made. His chest tightened, wondering who could be on the other side. Was it a survivor? Someone lost somewhere and desperately trying to call out for help, perhaps? Or maybe something worse. Another moment passed, his breath held in his lungs as he strained to make something, anything, out from the other side. A whirring, a click, and then finally a voice. The words were broken, the connection barely enough to get to him.
This is from quarantine expired.
Color drained from his face as the words flowed into him. The jarring cadence of the voice, almost machine-like in its tone, pressed into his mind. Finally, the voice stopped and a hard clicking of the line forced the call to end. He put the receiver back into its cradle, the dust of the years it had sat alone still glued to its surface despite its use. He returned to the bar, the ache in his legs from standing so stock still for too long a reminder of just how old he was getting. The bottle of whiskey tipped over the glass once more and brown liquid descended into it with a satisfying flurry. It drained smoothly that time as his eyes wandered back to the phone on the pole, wondering at the words that he had heard.
This is from
So there you guys go. Little post-apocalyptic story there. I had in my imagination what it would be like if an apocalypse really did happen, and there's like this phone service that's still remaining around, just making endless amounts of phone calls about people's car warranty. So little weird. But anyways, so there you go. Yeah, I mean, if you like, I'm sitting here painting, you know what I mean? And if you guys want to hear a story that nobody else has ever heard before, I am more than happy to do this. Like, I was going to put it onto YouTube as one of my, story videos that I do. I have the whole thing created and everything, but I have not put it up there because not many people listen to my stories over there, So it's like, I almost feel like it would depress me if I did it, because nobody ever gives any feedback. Nobody ever talks about it. No comments, no nothing. It just sits there, So, all right. Well, I mean, this one's a long one. It's a half hour long, right? But again, nobody has ever heard this before. And I took some different steps with this one that I think came out really interesting. So yeah. Okay. I mean, cool. Yeah. Okay. Let's see what you guys think. I hope you guys enjoy it. This one is called The Long Night of the Bard and the Mage.
Awesome stories by Ira Robinson.
The Long Night of the Mage by Ira Robinson. The summer breeze. I can feel it around me, flowing smooth across my arms, my face, wafting my hair around in a black flood. Fresh it smells to me, and happy I am with it, for with each breath I take, I'm cleansed of what I had witnessed not long ago. Where had he come from? I knew not then, and still it remains a mystery, though I suppose it really matters not. What I am left with is a sense of dread, a sense of ominous fear, and a sense of purpose to warn you, my friends, of what can happen if you pay attention to matters of the body alone and not to the spirit. It had been winter when I first saw him, astride a fine white warhorse, and I must admit my eyes were quite taken by him. Had you asked me then, I would deny all. Was he a handsome man, you might ask? Nay, not especially thrilling to the palate. His hair was long. I remember seeing it flowing out of the cowl of his robe that he wore to stave off the cold wind that was blowing. His nose was a tad long for my taste, and his eyes were blue, a bad match to that same brown hair I could see, but there was something striking. Perhaps it was the way he sat atop his horse, seemingly careless of the wind puffing wisps of snow around. Maybe it was the way he watched me as I approached on my own horse, two strangers meeting on a trail. Either way, I was shocked at my reaction as I was left breathless for a brief moment. Never before had that occurred to me, and never again, I must say. My horse, Shadow, seemed to sense my hesitation as he paused for a moment from his slow trot, giving me more time to take in this stranger. Only for a brief moment, but it was long enough, I think, for him to notice.
Greetings.
His voice, though he spoke quietly, was clear over the breeze blowing. There was almost a gravelly tone to it, as if he was older than he at first appeared. But I marked it as having not spoken for some time. It just seemed to have that quality. Another brief moment passed before I realized I had not responded, and I was unhappy with myself as I try to be as cordial as possible, even to those I don't care much for. A throwback to when I had to make my living in the taverns playing the lap harp to strangers every night. Hello, stranger, and hopefully well met. I hope your travels find you safe. He took a moment to respond. For some reason, I thought him a liar just from that one word. There was a hint of sadness behind his speech. See, playing for crowds for years tends to make you a good judge of people, and I thought I knew my way around people's emotions.
Well enough, I suppose, for one who must travel such weather.
I laughed a little at that, thinking the same myself. I still had many leagues to cross yet before reaching my own destination of Haram, just outside of Center. He smiled and then said,
My name is Silence.
Well, Ira is mine. I was thinking that it was an odd play of names. Where do you travel to, Silence?
To Tyrannon, my lord. And a long road it is that is ahead of me. Would you do me the honor of sharing a fire? A good deal of time has passed since I have had any company.
Still unsure if I should have trust in this man, I thought for a moment. It was nearing dark, and the roads, though somewhat safe in this time of year, still posed a danger for travelers at night. If nothing else, from risk of a broken leg on your horse from a stray tree root or something. So I accepted, though I was a tad distrustful. I'd learned long ago that not every man has honorable intentions in this world, though I could take quite good care of myself if need be. We chatted about little things while we made ready for camp, gathering some wood that was reasonably dry and moss-free. A small cantrip I used, one I had learned in my younger days, and a flicker of flame popped into existence at the tip of my finger, and touching the wood with it, I coaxed it into a deeper fire. Soon enough, the warmth was spreading outward, and though the wind blew cold around us, a small flagon of ale and the glow of the fire warmed my body. I soon eased back against the saddlebags from my horse that grazed nearby, a smile on my face. Nice enough, he seemed, and I thought I would get along with Silence pretty good. He did seem an honest man and maybe a possible friend. I was pleased, and perhaps that's good. Sometimes it's so hard to tell. He hadn't spoken for a little while, living up to his name, and it surprised me when his voice carried across the fire to me.
Have you ever been in love, my lord?
That was a strange question for one I had just met to ask, but I answered anyhow, thinking little harm in it. I have, but it was long ago. I saw him nod his head, something akin to agreeing, though I think it more acknowledging the fact that I had actually answered.
Love is a nightmare.
I couldn't help but lift my head and stare at him, wondering what he held in his heart to think such a thing. The love I had turned into something I did not expect, but to call it a nightmare, I thought that was quite odd. He wasn't looking at me as he continued his thought.
I had a love once, and the same I shall never be for it.
He kept staring at the night sky for a moment before his head rolled around to face me, and I could see tears in those blue eyes. My heart reached out for him instinctively when I saw them, and I could not help but to lift my hand to his face and wipe one away. Tell me. Your soul tells me that you need to. Well, he closed his eyes, and a few more tears streamed down from him, and I could hear him audibly swallow, as if he was trying to choke them back. He heaved a sigh, and there was such sadness there I could feel it. But after a moment passed, he again opened them and looked to the sky.
Not so long ago it was, and not nearly long enough for me to have come to grips with it, Ira. But I'll tell it, and in the telling may it ease at least a little. She was beautiful, my lady of the sun. I called her that because of her hair. It always reminded me of a sunset at its most glorious, and I thought that I would never see a more gorgeous sight than her smile. In truth, I haven't, and she called me her lifeblood. Those were wonderful days back then, and in a different world, it seems, than this. Magnificence was all around us, not like this dark age we have fallen into.
He fell quiet again for a moment, caught up in the memories, and I let him, knowing all too well how it is to be snared up in an emotion. He continued on, and the way that he spoke was almost as if he was speaking to someone else, not me.
I was a mage then, and one who had just come into his power. A hard time, that is. Hard not only on the body, but on the mind as well, and the spirit can wear down quickly. But she was always there for me when I would come out of my room, haggard from my experiences. Always there with a smile on her face or a glint in her eye, and just from seeing her, I would feel refreshed. Almost refreshed enough to return to my experiments, but there was plenty of time for that later. Would that I could hold those days in my grasp once again. I wish I could use a bit of that old magic to allow me to capture them and store them away to bring out whenever I want. But alas, time passed as it always must, and not even Garanon in all of his power has found a way to pierce that veil yet. The day came when she asked me to teach her what I knew, and though I knew the forces might cause her troubles, when she asked me that with that smile on her face, I could not resist her. I thought there no harm in it. Her spirit was true, and the strength of will she had was incredible, stronger than my own, I must admit. So begin to teach her I did. Much time passed while she meditated upon the mysteries that surround us every day, such as that even the smallest, most inconsequential worm under your feet has as much honor as the greatest paladin in the land. For does he not toil in his tasks as he must, and does he not defend what he knows against all oppressors? Is that not honor?
I nodded my head in assent. I had heard such talking when holding my own form of court in all of those taverns so long ago. A mage would come in fresh from his training and start spouting off about all that he had learned. Listening to them gave me a small knowledge in the ways of magic, and I was not upset to have heard it.
In that time, we married. And in that time, I still grew in power, until the day I was called to present myself to Garanon, chief mage to King Heston himself. Was I frightened of it? Aye, that I was, and for good reason. I had not expected this call, and I worried that I had perhaps dishonored myself in some way and was being called to court about it. I could not imagine what I could have done to deserve the attention. I kissed my wife goodbye on the morning of my departure, and I left her in the care of her father, knowing that there she would be the safest from any troubles. Her spellbook was full, and she knew where the ingredients to the spells could be found, so I dallied only a short time before I knew I had to go. She told me to fear not as she kissed me on my cheek, and with that, I was on my way. A long while it took me to reach center, and a hard trip it was. Nearly every day I was troubled by brigands, and on more than a few occasions I had to run for my life. It would always take time to find the road again. I also noted the proliferation of undead creatures that walked the land. Nightly, I would wake up to chills passing over me as a spirit made its way past me to some unknown destination. I would stoke the fire higher at those moments, for even though I knew what they were, and I could see them most of the time, I still worried that some evil fate would befall me in my slumber. Finally, I arrived at the great city, and I was grateful to see the walls surrounding her. I knew I made a haggard sight. In my haste to reach the safety of the city, I had not stopped to bathe in nearly a week, and a sorry sight indeed I was. Before making an appearance at court, I spent the evening in an inn and made good the use of the warm waters they had available to clean myself up. The good night's sleep didn't hurt any either. So it was that I went to court, and I met the great mage himself, surrounded by the elite of King Heston's guards. And I soon came to find out that I was not in trouble. Indeed, the opposite was true. He had heard of my abilities through his network of assistants and had use for me. Pleased I was at this, and pride swelled in me to know that I could be of use to someone as powerful as this mage.
He went on to describe to me how the forces of evil had been growing swiftly in the world, and I knew well of what he spoke, for I remembered it myself. A very troubling time it had been for our land then, and I had even heard that my own beloved Leannon was beginning to come under attack from trolls that we had thought we pushed far away from the city. Some time ago that had been, and I shuddered within myself as I remembered the trials and the horrors that I had seen then. But it didn't last long as silence continued his tale, and I listened, closer perhaps than before, keeping at bay some of my own memories with his own.
My home was near Dretzig, and the mage had heard that trouble was coming straight for that glorious city, and with that I began to grow nervous. I had left my wife almost straight in the path of the creatures that were making their way there. A few weeks it had taken me to make it to center, and I feared that somehow something terrible had already happened. I felt it as a dread in my spirit, and as the feeling expanded, I came to know that it had to be true. I spoke it to Granin, and sensing my terror, he bade me wait a moment. A way I wanted to be, and swiftly, but I kept still, knowing the old mage would rush to whatever he was doing. At the end of a time of an eternity, it seemed, he returned with a small circlet of wood, and I understood it to be a rune of power, a rune of travel. I remember thinking to myself that if I had had one that had been arcanely marked for center, my travel time would have considerably been reduced. But alas, I had none myself. I had traveled little before that time, and when I hadn't yet had the ability to mark such runes.
This will take you near Drestic, though not in the heart of the city itself. It is unclear to me whether it has already come into its time of trial. This should carry you safely to your love.
He extended his hand, and I could see the glimmer of mage light on the wood, and I grasped it in my own. Before letting it go, however, he looked into my eyes, and in his I could see something, as if he already knew what was to be. And perhaps he did. I have heard that Garanon has seen to nearly the end of our world, so I suppose anything is possible. Still, he let it go, and I set to immediately, bringing out from my pouch at my waist the ingredients needed to bind the spell together. And I began to concentrate on the words of power that would allow me to travel instantly to the spot that the rune marked. As the mage light around me increased, and I saw the world transforming around me, I glanced once again into the eyes of the great mage, and I swear I saw tears.
Silence stopped talking, and I waited for him to continue, not knowing what to say about what I'd heard so far. I think I expected the outcome of his travels, but I just wanted to hear it from him. I noticed that the wind had stopped blowing and the fire had begun to recede some. Did it seem to be noticeably darker? I thought so, as if it had become a tangible being that had come out to our camp and warmed itself at the fire. I glanced over at my horse and I saw her asleep on her feet. Now, she had been a good animal in the time that I had had her, and she was skittish of things approaching, and so seeing her relaxed, I was able to calm my nerves, attributing it to the duskiness of the story. Finally, Silence drew a deep breath and continued on, though his voice seemed a little different.
When I arrived, I knew I was near my home. Whether Garanon intended that, or if it was an odd coincidence, I don't know. Knowing the power and resources of the mage, I would guess intentional. I cared little at that time, but I ran the few miles to my father-in-law's house. I wish now that I had never come back. Oh, the house was there. The bulls and the cows and the pigs were there, as was my wife's father, or at least his head, staked outside the doorway to his home. I think I went numb for a while. I know I am now, or at least I pretend to be. I searched frantically, hoping to find her, and yet seeing once again her father's head outside, hoping that I wouldn't. I think I even railed against him, trying to goad him into answering my pleas. I remember coming to my senses sometime later with blood on my hands, and I knew it wasn't my own. Did I find her? Thankfully, no. Though, in truth, I think it would have been better if it had been so. Does that sound terrible? If so, Lord, I am sorry, but not knowing was harder than anything I have ever dealt with in my sad life.
I think I understood that, and I told him so. See, I too have lived without knowing, and it's been the hardest thing I myself have had to do. He smiled a bit, maybe finding a modicum of comfort in that. And of that, I guess I can say I'm glad.
Knowing little else to do, I made my way to Dretzig, not realizing what I would find when I got there would be a nightmare come to life. Aye, there they all were, the masses of undead creatures, in all their terrible, cold hideousness. Outside the gates and in, bodies crammed together to make a fleshy wall blocking entry to the city from any that would try to save her. I could hear cries, wailing so inhuman that I could not tell whether they were from some that were alive or if it was those that had kept them trapped. My blood stood cold in my veins, and I knew for the first time in my life true fear.
I remembered that feeling as well, for I too had seen that mass. A more terrible sight I have yet to encounter, and I can only pray I never do, for in that moment I nearly lost control of my sanity. Only many years of passing and many good friends since have begun to allow me to try to forget it. And unless you were there, you'll never understand.
I hid behind a tree near the gates of the city, watching the activity happening inside. I know not how long I stood there, dread fascination filling me as I took it all in. Once in a while I would see someone alive pass me. Once it was a knight, armor gleaming in the sunlight and sword in hand, followed by his comrades.
We are the righteous. We are the virtuous. And we will not back down. It is time to prepare for battle.
They swept into the wall, trying with their entire valor to break through the line that stood there. I could see pieces of bone, flesh, and the blood as well as it flew off the decayed walking corpses. And though for a few moments it looked as if they would make it through, a bright fire consuming them brought them down. I could hear the insane laughter of one of those overlords of the undead, the horrifying lich. Thankfully, I saw it not. Their corpses were swiftly torn to shreds, and I saw them no more.
I could tell Silence was soon going to be sick. The memory was that potent in him still. But the moment passed, and he composed himself once again to speak.
It was not long after that, I think, that I fell asleep. It was a fitful one, but sleep it was. The dreams that came to me I blessedly remember not. I awoke, however, to the touch of cold, and before I could come fully coherent, I was bound and gagged by hands that I can still feel on my skin. I opened my eyes to see the decayed face of a man before me, lips gone some time ago, making a ghastly grin. I was forced to my feet and then mercifully was struck a blow to the back of my head, and I knew no more until I reawakened and I saw her.
Silence sat up straight then, and I could see his eyes clearly, though the light from the fire seemed dimmer yet. They shone with a fire, almost anger, and I began to grow a little fearful in my heart of him. But then he spoke on.
Her hair, her face, all seemed the same. And her body? It was as well. But her eyes, oh, those eyes that once gleamed with a love for me that I never thought could be matched. And a spirit as beautiful as the sun shining off the dew in the morning, those were gone now. What took their place was an abomination to all I had ever stood for, and I thought her as well. Only to be a lie.
His tears began to flow again, and I knew his pain. I could feel it exuding off of him like a sweat. I could smell it in the air, but I couldn't speak. It was as if my lips were bound, though I had so many words I wanted to say to silence. I couldn't open them to let them loose. Had a spell been cast on me? The darkness was becoming tangible enough I could touch it.
What has become of you, my lady of the sun? As she smiled at me, a hard, cold, and loveless smile.
I am that no more, husband.
She nearly spat that word out.
I am so much more. I thank you for teaching me what I needed to know, though I knew it already.
I was confused at that, though it became clear enough with her next words.
I was a lost sheep for a time, though I knew it not then. I remember now my plans, and I remember what I have come to do.
I saw Silence's head begin to hang lower as he spoke those words that she said, and I knew it to be shame that he felt.
You are the one I love. I said those words to her, hoping she would realize that what I spoke was the truth. I was such a fool. I told her I would do anything for you.
This I know, as I have known it all along.
Her smile gleamed once again, and her eyes lifted up to face the doorway I had apparently been brought into. I could see something there in her eyes, something that spoke of what was really behind me. I could feel its presence now, and the evil that surrounded it was as real as your hand is to you now. I risked a glance behind me. I saw it standing there. It was translucent, human in shape and stature, and I knew it to be a lich. From the power I could feel emanating from it, I knew it to be of the highest order.
And you shall fulfill your promise to her, human. Come, man, and add to her power. Add to my power. Add to might of Aranax.
It spoke the words, and I knew I was doomed.
I gasped at that name, and I began to understand it all. I began to know what it was that was happening to me, and I was horrified at its implications. I tried to stand, but my hands, my arms, my legs, they were all bound tight in a magic web of his story, and it was in that moment I knew true terror. I think I screamed a little, though I could still speak not. If anything, it was as quiet as the squeak of a mouse that has been caught in a hawk's jaws. That name, that horrifying name, the being that has come to try to destroy our world. How could this be?
I looked back at my wife, the one I had loved for so long and I knew to be of pure heart, and I saw in her hands the mystic energies surrounding the knife. I screamed her name as it entered my chest. I screamed at the insanity of it all. I screamed in the face of all I had ever held dear to me, my honor, my vitality, my magical powers that had done absolutely nothing to save me. Most of all, I screamed at my death, and her name was the last thing on my lips. Streth.
The bonds let loose from me then, and I swiftly stood and I backed away from this thing that I had spent the night with, this being that was both tortured and cruel. But it came at me not. It just spoke again. This time, not so gently. This time, not easy. It spat the words at me in anger and frustration and in the horror of its own death.
Go now, Bard, and tell the world of my story. Go now, Bard, and sing the song of dread to those who would hear it, and let them know that she still wants this world. Garanon may have kept it safe for now, but she will come again, and may the gods have mercy on the next fool that crosses her path.
And with that, he vanished, and with him, the darkness and the cold. And it was then that I realized it was a warm spring day dawning. I ask myself now why it was me that Silence had decided to speak to. Was it that he knew me for a teller of tales, or was there another reason? If I were honest with myself, I could find correlations in his story and my own long saga. I mean, was that all? I knew the answer not then, and I know not now, though it is a few years since then that I stand here in the same spot that night that lasted months took place. No spots remain of the camp we had made that night. To the world of nature, that time is forever ago, but to me, it's as if it were just hours ago, and I can still feel the darkness binding my lips. Perhaps by writing it down and by speaking it aloud, it might be easier heard. Will anyone believe me? I don't care. I know the history books speak different of that time and that place and that cataclysm, but that's sometimes how it goes. Unless you were there, you'll never know.
The walls must crumble before we advance. The darkness finds us before we seek out the light. True strength comes from loss. I know a good light love.
For more stories. So there you go. Nobody has heard that ever. You guys are the first to ever hear it. What do you think? I am really proud of how it came out. Don't get me wrong. That's not the reason why nobody's heard it. But like I said, it was a matter of a decision that the things that I was doing was primarily on YouTube, and like it just wasn't getting any kind of response at all. You know what I mean? And as an author, you know, we kind of thrive on getting kind of review sort of things, even if it's just comments or whatever. You know, it's sort of what we thrive on. So it kind of disheartened me a little bit. You know, I was creating these really cool things, or at least to me, they were really cool, you know, and, got like no response at all, you know? So I don't know. What'd you guys think? Oh, wait, you did say. I'm sorry. For some reason, the text wasn't showing up for me. Well, thank you. I do appreciate it. I worked really, really hard on that one, to say the least. You want Mage Husband? I like Silence. I like how Silence turned out, you know, and that whole ending part I thought was just really, really cool. You know, I was very like, it was kind of like, it's one of those things where when I'm creating something, no matter what it is, whether it's art, whether it's a story, whether it's, you know, the audio dramas, whatever the case may be, I get so jazzed when something I didn't expect ends up happening with it. And then I'm suddenly like, oh my God, this is why it's here, you know, that kind of thing. And so there were like little bits of that the whole time that I was creating that story, you know, in the audio drama, not the writing of the story itself. Of course, the writing of the story itself, yes. But I mean, you know, in the audio drama itself, I had lots of those little moments with it. And I thought, oh my God, this is like so cool. I love how this came out. And then, yeah, kind of got disheartened and decided not to post it anywhere. Abandoned projects, you gotta love them, right? But I like that one a lot. I do. I got another one actually that's kind of it's shorter, right? It's a lot shorter, but this one I based on the my radio days, you know. If you guys want to hear another, up to you. I'm still just going to be sitting here drawing, so it's up to y'all. You tell me. Trying to come up with like some highlights for the hair and that sort of a thing. You know, trying to decide what viewpoint I want to have with things and all that kind of good stuff. I think it's turned out okay so far, though. I will say I'm a little dissatisfied with the color of the dress, you know, and I'm not sure what to do about that. I don't know. Maybe I'll leave it alone. I know I've been on for 4 hours now. I know. Dude, seriously. Like, let me see. I have done $25 days of broadcast. Purple Shadows, probably, yeah, something along those lines. 25 days worth of broadcasts, right? Thus far, 95 hours of time. It's a lot of broadcasting. It's a lot of time spent. I can try this out and see what happens. I don't know if this tool will do it or not, but we'll see. Yeah, it might come to that. I'll see what happens here. Yeah, that's not too bad, maybe. Just wanted to change the tone of it a little bit, you know, not necessarily change the color entirely, but at least the tone of it. I'll have to re-highlight here. Yeah, I kind of dig how the hand turned out, actually. I started off like really, I don't know, but yeah, I think it turned out okay. Yeah, I like working with the soft light mode too. It's kind of one of my favorite things to do, but I don't do it too much when I'm painting, I guess. Let's see. I'll have to re-highlight a little bit here. I think it's time for color dodge. Yeah, color dodge. See what can come about from that. Yeah, I was kind of thinking that too. Like I'm not done doing the highlighting and shading on the face yet. I'm not complete. Like she's not complete yet at all with it. You know what I mean? Like I'm just trying to figure out what I'm doing. I'm just kind of now discovering like what she might look like overall, if that makes sense. Yeah, it's definitely a process for me. That is totally the wrong color. Remember, Ira, the light is going to be reflected on the highlights. Yes. Nope, wrong colors. We'll try it again. I had it way too saturated. Well, now she kind of looks like Boob Rocket. Boob Rocket. Feel my power. Glowy boobs for a second there. What's up with that? She's got one of those 50s bullet bra things. I'm trying, kiddo. Yeah, bad women's anatomy. Yeah, definitely. So how y'all doing? I hope everybody's having a good night. For those of you guys just tuning in, welcome. My name is Ira. This is Blind Dad Does, and right now Blind Dad is badly doing art. But I'm blind. Give me a break. Some line art for a stream. Oh, that's cool, Ollie. That's cool. I wish I could do line art. I really do. I wish I could do line art. It's been a bit of a rough day, but this is making up for it. Well, Miso, I'm sorry that it's been a bad day for you, but you know, I'm glad that you're here with me, and I am glad that I'm doing something that can cheer you up a little bit. Rough days are hard, you know, but tomorrow will be better. Why? Because it's another day. And every other day, every another day is a good day, right? You know, if you can wake up and you are alive, you're already starting off with a good day, right? I know it sounds a little trite, but it's true. You're better off than about 20 or so billion other people that have ever existed through history, so... if estimations are to be believed. Yeah, exactly. Each day is another opportunity.
Incoming customer detected.
Ragnar, thank you so much for the subscription over on YouTube. I deeply appreciate you being here, and I hope that you're having a really good night. Thank you so much. It is great to have you here. Right now, I'm just trying to do a little bit of art, trying to make something out of nothing, really. I can show you guys what this all started off with. I began the process tonight with a splat of paint, literally. So this is me putting just texture and color down onto a page and running with it from there, you know? So I do things a little bit different because of the way my vision works, or lack thereof. And yeah, I mean, I'm not dissatisfied with this. Don't get me wrong, guys. I'm not dissatisfied with this. So not at all. I'm enjoying it. Yeah, I mean, you know, because I'm simulcasting to YouTube and to Twitch at the same time, and I'm always so pleased to see somebody subscribe over on YouTube, because I have actually been bleeding subscriptions over on YouTube like crazy over the past couple of weeks. I think in the past 2 weeks I have lost over 100 subscribers. Like, I don't know what's going on. Like, everybody's just like, nah, screw this guy, I'm done. You know, so I don't know. I think I'm a likable guy. Doesn't anybody like me? Okay, so to be fair, let me explain the situation, because you know, this is probably what's happening over there, and I cannot blame them, you know, if they're wanting to maneuver into a different thing. So basically, here's the story. Yes, indeed, and I am very grateful for that. Seriously, like.
Hello, let's be best friends. Hello, let's be best friends.
My new bestie best friend. Thank you so much for the follow. What? I'm not sure how you pronounce your name there. So, but thank you so much for the follow. I deeply appreciate you being here, my friend. So here's what's happening over on YouTube. The channel is old. Like, I started out the channel back in 2009. And I was posting like different kinds of content, like me doing skits and, you know, that kind of thing, comedy skits and all that stuff. And that was a lot of fun. But I stepped away from it for a while because I started doing radio shows. So the radio kind of took over my life for a long time. I did the radio for about 6 years. And during that time, I would simulcast my radio shows from me doing the broadcast onto YouTube. So like all of the, you know, I set it up like this, you know, where you can see me and see the things that I was doing and all that kind of stuff. And it was a lot of fun. I stand by what I did, but after the first 6 months or so of doing podcasts, I ended up falling in with creating a network of shows with other hosts. And I ran the station for 6 years. So it was okay, but I encountered a lot of issues, such as I had to produce a lot of the shows. So a lot of my time was spent not only trying to do my own shows, doing the prep work for them and on and on and on. And it's talk shows, like, you know, like not just doing music and stuff, but I was doing talk shows. I hosted 5 different shows myself, and I co-hosted on 2 others. So in reality, I had 7 different shows that I was doing at any given time. And so because I was simulcasting on YouTube, a lot of people that were finding me based on the fact that I was doing those radio shows. And the stuff was like fringy topics, paranormal, you know, all that kind of stuff, which I love talking about that stuff. But once I left the radio world, I basically quit everything for about a year and a half, longer than that actually. And I did it because I was so stressed. It got to the point where from the moment that I woke up until the moment that I went to sleep, it was nothing but network shit. Like just nothing but one thing after the other, dealing with the network. Now, I will say, for those of you guys that maybe aren't aware, in the radio world, a radio host, especially a talk radio host, has got to have a pretty big ego. Okay. I have a big ego, you know. It's kind of like you have to do it or you won't survive in that world. You've got to have a very thick skin, and that takes having a pretty good ego, you know. The other hosts that were on the network were really starting to drive me crazy, because every one of them expected me to take care of everything for them, while at the same time I'm trying to do my own shows, trying to run the network, trying to keep it operating, trying to make sure that DDoS attacks are not, you know, taking us down, which happened every day, by the way. Not taking us down, but DDoS attacks were coming in every day. Running the website, running all the social media, running the marketing, every single thing was on me. Okay. So at the end of everything, we ended up taking on a couple of hosts that were not good. They were so overwhelming with their demands and their egos that the stress levels in my body and my brain were through the roof, like through the roof. So when one particular host came into the fold, she brought with her all of her fans. Now, bear in mind that this was not a small station and I did not have small shows. Most of the shows that I broadcast, I would go out to over 9 million people. You know, there was a lot of audience there. Okay. And we never encountered this particular problem until we took on a particular host. When she came to the station, we picked her up from somebody else. You know, another network dropped her. And we didn't realize at the time necessarily why. Like, we didn't get the full story behind it. We got her side of things, and that was pretty much it. So for those of you guys that might be familiar with talk radio, the person that I'm speaking about, have you guys ever heard of Art Bell? He's the one that started the show, Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. It's basically the most popular talk radio show that there is. When he retired, he took on a protege, and it's not George Norrie, who is the current host of Coast to Coast. It was a different person. This person, when he passed away, inherited all of his stuff, including his house, his equipment, everything. Okay. So she had a massive amount of, I would call them Uber trolls. Okay. That followed her everywhere. And so when she came to our network and brought on all of her fans and her anti-fans, it became a nightmare situation. Okay. So as I said, I already had to fight against the DDoS attacks that were coming in even before she got in there. Right. And then the amount of attacks that we were getting became insane. I mean, freaking sane. So I not only had to deal with all of the actual network, and bear in mind, I'm still dealing with all the other hosts. We had 28 hosts at the time, dealing with all the other hosts, trying to do 7 shows myself, waking up in the morning, taking care of network shit, going to bed, taking care of network shit. By the time everything was said and done, I barely spent any time with my family. I don't think Ollie ever saw me. Even though they were sitting behind me most of the time, I don't think they ever really got much of a conversation out of me, because every time that they wanted to talk to me, I was dealing with network stuff. It was it sucked. It really did. And this was for 6 years. So then this person came in. Yeah. This person came in, and their anti-fans were rabid. I mean, oh my God. You guys, you guys may have dealt with harassment online, but it is nothing compared to what I had to deal with. I guarantee it. I had to deal with literally hundreds of people doxing me and my family, doxing the other hosts on the network, doxing the network itself. I had to deal with constant death threats, and not only to me, but to my family. I even had to deal with people sending pictures of the kids after masturbating on their pictures and saying, this is going to happen to your kids next, for real, And it's it goes beyond just harassment. This was targeted, deliberate attacks trying to bring everything down, just because of this one person that we brought to the network. So it's the issue of, no matter what I would do with, my shows and what I would talk about and so on and so forth, anything that anybody else did reflected on me, not only because I'm on the network, but because I was the station manager. I had to control all of it. You know what I mean? So I got to the point where I had to make the decision of what to do. And so for the sake of my family and for the sake of my health and the sake of my sanity, I told the people that were supposedly running the network with me, but they weren't, that I needed to step away. Like, I needed to step back a lot from what was being put on me, and that they needed to take up some of the slack. And I had told them this like for months, right? But like even before all of this stuff started, I was telling them for months, look, you've got to pick up some of the slack. You know what I mean? Or I'm done. Like I can't do this. And so then when all those attacks started coming in, I had to make the decision of what to do. So I decided I'm done. And I quit right there. I dropped it all. I said, screw this. I'm done. And I went to get a health check done. I was so stressed that I had stress-induced diabetes. Like, that's how stressed I was. My health was falling apart. My family was falling apart. On and on and on. Like, you know, getting completely wrapped up in all of this dark shit is going to have an impact on your health and your psyche. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I walked away from it. And so the reason why I bring all this up is because a lot of the people, like I've got 5,400-ish subscribers over there on YouTube. And so, I mean, it's not a small channel, but I'm, you know, not too small, I guess you could say. But most of the people that are subscribed to the channel are subscribed because I was doing the radio shows. Like, they wanted to watch the radio shows. So now that I'm doing things completely different, a lot of them, you know, I'm bleeding them out. They're stepping away. They don't want to have this content because it's not the radio shows, you see. Even though I might talk about some of the same stuff that I did on the radio shows and such, it's still not the same, you know. So I know that's why people are dropping, but it's still a little heartbreaking, you know. But I will say, like, at this point in my time and my career and et cetera, what I'm planning on doing is putting most of my focus into Twitch. I'm still going to do things on YouTube, but as far as like live content goes, it's going to be primarily directed at Twitch. So right now I am simulcasting on YouTube, and I do plan on continuing that, but I'm not going to focus on like advertising the channel and trying to really, you know, get it flowing and all of that kind of stuff. Cause it's a lot of work, guys. Doing stuff on YouTube is a lot of freaking work. You've got to fight the algorithm, and then you've got to fight the people that are going to be, you know, getting impacted by the algorithm. It's a lot different here on Twitch. You know, the kind of primary algorithm for Twitch is just, you know, do you have the viewers? If so, then you're on the list. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's much different. And the community is a lot different too. I will say the amount of interactions that I've had with people over here on Twitch have been amazing. Like, just you guys coming from the background of things that I've gone through and the things that I've endured and all the radio stuff and all the other stuff that I've been through. You guys are like shining beacons of what humanity really should be like, honestly. And I know there's trolls, right? I know you're going to get trolls no matter what you're doing and no matter where you are. I've had to deal with a couple of them here on Twitch, but the YouTube comment section and YouTube chat room have a very distinct tendency to be the cesspit of Satan's sperm. It is ridiculous what goes on in the comment sections and in the chat rooms over there on YouTube. I have had people, like, if I talk about a specific kind of topic, I will have people like literally quote the entire Bible in the comment sections. You know, it's like, it's ridiculous. Yeah, exactly. It's ridiculous. Like, as if they have no concept of the fact that I was on the pathway to become a pastor myself, and I probably know the Bible better than they do, hand over fist. You know, but I know the reality of it because I have actually studied the context. I've studied all the texts in the original Hebrew, in the original Aramaic, in the original Greek. I have studied the text and I know the context of everything. All of those things were written for a specific people at a specific time in a specific place, and trying to apply them anywhere else is problematic at best. Okay? So anyways, not going to get on that topic, but anyways. So, my interactions, my time here with Twitch has been like night and day different. And I'm very grateful for the fact that you guys have enfolded me in your little arms and have helped me to feel a little bit more confident of coming back out into the public and doing broadcasting again. I was very skittish about it, honestly. Especially doing live content. Like I was doing recorded content over on YouTube for the past couple of months, but doing live content, it's a different animal, you know? So, but I'm very grateful that you guys have accepted this poor old blind man into some kind of community, you know, that I never expected I would have. It's been a really good experience, and I thank you deeply for it. You guys, you don't realize, like, because of my vision issues, because of the situation that we have here, I don't get out. I don't go anywhere. I don't really do anything, you know, because going anywhere outside of the house is spoopy, you know, it really is. I don't know the place. I don't know where I'm at. I have to be super cautious everywhere that I go because of the blindness. And so I can count on 3 fingers the amount of friends that I actually have that are outside of being online. And that's not counting my family, of course, but you know, family's family, right? The only family I deal with, by the way, is my mom, who lives with us and she has dementia, my wife, and my kiddos. That's it. That's really it. So, the rest of the family I walked away from years ago. Too toxic. So, you guys are the only interactions with humanity that I'm basically getting at this point in time. And so I'm very grateful that you guys have, well, yes, and Robin, I'm sorry. I'm very grateful that you guys have taken me in. Oh, you only have 4 fingers? Really? Mind me asking what happened? You probably get asked a lot, but which finger are you missing? I'm just curious. I almost lost my thumb at one point in time. I was working at Papa John's as a delivery driver, and I had to do prep work in the morning for the pizzas, and I went to cut some onions, and I right down through my thumb with the onion knife. It wasn't just pain. It was onion pain on top of it. So yeah. Oh, you're born that way. Okay. Gotcha. So you, like me, have those little genetic defects. Yep. Onion pain definitely hits a lot different. I'll tell you that. It hits horribly. You worked at Papa John's? I worked there 4 different times. I think 4, was it 4 or 5? At different locations and different times in my life. I was always a delivery driver because I love doing the delivery driving. I would still do it today if I could see. But I enjoyed it, except for the times I got robbed. Yes, the horrible yogurt cup. It came out and it bit your finger off, or at least it tried to. It tried to bite your finger off. I also worked for Pizza Hut a couple of times too. I like Papa John's pizza a little bit better than Pizza Hut, but depending on where you're at, because obviously every franchise is a little bit different. They do theirs a little bit differently. But what's your favorite pizza, guys? Out of curiosity, what's everybody's favorite pizza? So mine is a thin crust with extra sauce. You always have to have extra sauce. Extra sauce. Cheese, of course. Not extra cheese, but just cheese. And the toppings would be extra pepperoni, green olives, bacon, and banana peppers. Somebody orders a pizza. Yeah, definitely. I could definitely go with a pizza right now. That is for damn sure. Yeah, it's crazy because we used to live in one community, and the Pizza Hut there would like when you'd get the taco pizzas, they would use, nacho cheese Doritos. They were awesome, right? But the one that's here where we live now, they just use just tortilla chips, and it's like, this is not the same, people. Come on. This is nowhere near the same. This is horribly depressing. Yeah, we've been seriously spoiled. See, now my tummy's growling. Cheese and tomato with extra sauce. Yep. Thin crust. I worked for Domino's too, actually, too. That was my first job. Well, okay, my first official job. My first job was shucking corn for a farmer for 2 years. Oh, God. Oh, God. You want to talk about something that'll teach you resiliency? There you go. Holy crap. The amount of calluses that I had on my fingers, man. Whew. That was rough. That was rough. But anyways, everybody always laughs at my choice of perfect pizza toppings, but I don't know. I like it. I like it a lot. I enjoy it quite a bit. All right. Well, let me get back to this here again for a little bit. Yes, sound alerts. I'm aware my browser source is offline. I know this. Thank you very much. I don't know why it does that. It kicks back on like once in a while. Makes no sense. Yeah, I installed it, but I haven't done anything at all with it in any way, shape, or form. So, hey Munchkin, how you doing? Good morning to you. I hope that you're having a really good morning. Get your coffee ready. I'm just here trying to make a little bit of art, trying to see what I can do today. I think what I'm going to do at this point is start doing like the little extra dupes that I do. No more stomach pains. Good. I'm very glad to hear that. I think my wife and I are starting to come down a little sick with something, unfortunately, but we'll get through it. Not COVID. Whatever it is, it's hitting me in the throat. Like every time, it sucks because every time I get sick, it always hits me in my throat. I used to have tonsillitis every year when I was a kid, and sometimes I'd have it up to 4 or 5 times a year. It was horrible. Oh God, it was so horrible. So ever since then, if I get sick with anything, it always hits me in the throat first. So ran out of milk. No, that's not good. That's not good. No creamer or anything, huh? You got kids? Are they young enough they got formula? Desperate times call for desperate measures. I'll tell you a desperate time, man. My father drank a lot of coffee, and we would go camping when I was a kid a lot. And one time when we went camping, the water, like there was a problem with the water, right? So my dad, the tap stopped working. So my dad took it upon himself to dip the coffee pot in the back of the toilet to make coffee out of. He was the only one to drink coffee that day. My family's pretty damn weird. grandma dips pizza in coffee. Ugh. I am not a coffee drinker. I don't like coffee. The only way I'll drink coffee is if it is cold and very creamy and sweet. That's about the only way. Or mocha. Like mocha I like too, but yeah. I'm just not into coffee at all. It's probably like, I think the reason for that is because both my dad and my mom are serious coffee drinkers, or were. You know, my dad's passed away obviously, but you found evaporated milk. Yes, there you go. Good enough. But anyways, my dad was a whiskey drunk. My mom was very neglectful, and I think that because of the experiences in my youth that I had and knowing that they drank, you know, a lot of coffee, it probably threw me off a little bit as to like wanting to drink the stuff myself, if that makes sense. I'm going to do this as a skew here real quick just to get the perspective on it. Yeah. Ollie would do that. Ugh. Hey, Sav. How you doing? It's nice to see you, man. Yeah, I'm just, I'm kind of doing this little, I don't know, maybe an elf at work, something, you know, whatever she happens to be. But, hot sauce on everything, salad, pizza. You know, my wife is that way, man. She will go through hot sauce like crazy. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I got the hazelnut coffee for myself, and Allie drank the crap out of it. That darn Ollie, I tell you. Let's see. Kind of maybe skew it this direction just a little bit, maybe. Gonna redo that just a little bit. Yeah, they would just take the container, dip a tablespoon into it, and eat the powder. Ugh. And then wonder why they're stunted. Dang 5 foot tall standing thing.
Hello, let's be best friends. Hello, let's be best friends. Friends.
1234144F. Thank you for the follow. I deeply appreciate it. I'm glad that you are here with us right now, and I hope that you're having a really, really good day or night or whichever it is that you're currently having. having a good existence. There you go. Having a good existence. I should start saying that because I know we're going worldwide at this point. But anyways, thank you deeply from the bottom of my heart for the follow, and I hope that I can make it worth your while. Right now, I'm doing a little bit of, well, something. I don't know. It's a gal who's here and wanting to say hi, you know. So. Yeah, that looks like it's got a good perspective to it. We'll run with that. Okay, so let me show you guys a little bit of a trick when it comes to Photoshop. I don't know how well this would work on a different program because obviously the only thing I use is Photoshop, right? I would like to use Painter. If anybody has had any experience with Corel Paint, like I would love to know whether or not some of the things that I'm doing with Photoshop are actually available in Painter because I want to expand a little bit and just see like what happens, you know, play around with it a little bit. But anyways, when you're in Photoshop, one of the things that you can do, this is like a little trick that I learned a long time ago, and I'll see if you guys would like to experience it with me. So the first thing you do is you create something on a layer, okay? Whatever you want created on that layer. Okay. Then if you hold down Control on a PC, I think it'd be Command, but if you on a Mac, but you don't compute on Fruit. So, I don't use apples at all. If you hold down Control and then you click on the box that is the layer, not the layer marker itself, but actually the layer box there, then it's going to select all of the pixels that happen to be on that layer. Okay. So then what I do is I deselect the layer or turn off the layer. That's the word I'm looking for. Hide the layer. And then I create a new layer. Okay. So then what I can do is I can use this outline to then make kind of a cool effect. So I'm going to choose soft brush. Yeah, I'm already on one. Okay. Duh, Ira. And I'm going to turn the opacity to about 10. Good enough. I'm going to set this into color dodge mode. And I'm going to set the layer that I created as well on color dodge. Okay. So here's where the little trick comes in. So I'm going to select a color that is a little bit different than what's around. And I think I'll probably go with a red because red always looks really good, you know, doing this against a green background stuff. So I'm going to do a red and I'm going to do, you know, a pretty bright, very saturated version of it. Okay. And then I'm just going to draw a little bit. Now, the way that this works is if I was to draw right here, you see, nothing's happening. That's because I'm not drawing within the selection. But if I draw within the selection, suddenly things will start, right? And if I deselect the selection, you can see now this is starting to take shape, right? I'm going to do a little bit of a different color here. And this time I'm going to raise the opacity up just a tad. And I'm just going to hit like different parts of it with this separated color, this different color. Okay. Until I can bring some stuff out, right? So now if I deselect, you guys can see it's starting to take even more shape, you see? So let me do this kind of yellowish color here. So now if I deselect, you see it's given it a kind of a weird, cool effect. Now, what you can do as well is with that same selection being done, go up here to select, choose modify, and you can do expand. We'll just expand it by 5 pixels is fine. And then we're also going to feather it by another 5. Okay. So then I'm going to run over it with the big brush here. And you see how it now there's more of a glow to it. Yeah. So then what I'll do is something like bring the brush down a lot, right? And I'm going to, let's see. Let's go with this color here, just see what it looks like. I'm going to tap it a couple of times. Then I'm going to expand it out, tap it a couple more times. Oh, wait, I need to turn the, thingy on. Give me a second here. Onto the selection because I deselected. There we go. Okay, so now, yeah, if I run it smaller, and then I kind of go bigger, and then a little bit bigger, and I keep tapping in different ways. You see, it's changing it. You see, in different ways. Okay. So then, if we create a new layer, I don't have the selection again, right? I turn the selection off. Now, if I do something like linear dodge, and I do the same with the brush, if I, again, bend myself downwards on the brush, and I go back to the red, which is kind of like one of the primary colors that's there, right? And I'm just kind of being bizarre with it right now. I don't know if I'll actually keep it as it stands right now, but I can tap it, kind of bring it up a little bit, tap it a couple more times. We're just kind of giving it a little bit of a glow, you see. Which is then impacting the rest of the surroundings, right? But it's about building it slowly from the middle of it outwards until you get that extra kick to it, whatever it is that you're wanting to do. Now I can see that the size of it and everything like that is just a little bit off. So what I can do is select both of those layers and I can kind of maneuver it around so that maybe it's a little bit more like a smaller thing, which is sitting maybe right here underneath where her sternum would be. Yeah, something like this, right? And then I can also, wrong button. I can also maybe skew it a little bit. I don't know if it'll let me when I've got both the layers selected, but it may. Yeah, perspective, there we go. So then if I kind of adjust the perspective, then we can fix, the way that it looks. Sorry about the beeping there. And so I can kind of make it look as if it's kind of coming off of her chest a little, like it's outside of her chest a little bit, right? So then what I can do is I can select the layers that are under, I can go create a new layer underneath these layers, right? And then I can go to the multiply on both the tool and on the layer, okay? And very carefully create shadows underneath where this is to give it the impression that it's got this shading that's there, so the fabric of their clothes are reflecting in certain ways, right? So let me mess around with this just for a moment, right? Right. Okay. So you see that kind of gives it a little bit of depth, right? So then we'll come back up here and we'll go into a color dodge on the tool. We don't necessarily have to do this on the layer itself, right? But if we do a color dodge on the tool and we select a brush that's a little bit more solid, like a hard round one does well with this, then we can adjust how this light is reflecting off of certain sections of the clothes too. The key to this is you have to be very gentle with it, you know, like very gentle. Especially with color dodge, because color dodge is very potent. Like it does not take much for it to completely screw everything up. You know what I mean? Then I'm going to select a soft brush. Okay, hold on. It might be easier to have me go ahead and create a different layer and do linear dodge with it.
Hello, best friends.
331DD4, thank you for following. I deeply appreciate you being here, and I hope that you're having a really good day, really good night, really good existence, whatever it may happen to be for you. Thank you for being here very much. Okay, so if I do it in linear dodge, this might work a little bit better because I'm just trying to add okay, I will say it's dependent on the image that you're making. Each image is going to require you to do a different thing, whether it's linear dodge, color dodge, whatever the case may be. Sometimes it's screen, you know, depending on what you've got going on underneath it. Each of them have like an effect that's slightly different. Okay, so in this case, I'm kind of making the assumption that it's wanting to do linear dodge instead of the color dodge. So that's what I'm doing here. Right. See, now it's giving that nice glow that's coming down, you know, reflecting down. Right. You see, so you see what I did there, right? So we went from it being rather flat to now she's got like the muscle tone and that kind of thing that's underneath the skin or underneath the dress that she's wearing is starting to like show through. So she's got on a pretty tight dress there, right? But she's got a little bit of that tone, the poochiness of the belly and that kind of thing. Because, okay, see, here's one thing. Let me teach you good female anatomy, okay? female anatomy is a little different than masculine anatomy because female anatomy tends, not everybody now, this is just a tendency, right? Anatomy on a female tends to be that this area right around the crotch is going to be poofed out just slightly, right? And they also have a tendency, and this is one of the things that frustrates a lot of women, they also have a tendency to have just a little bit of a pouch that's right there at that baseline underneath the navel area. Okay. And that's because of the fact that they are built to carry children. That kind of little bit of excess there gives that space for a baby to be there. Right. And it's like, it's very confusing for a lot of people because a lot of people see images of females that are very photoshopped. Everybody has a very flat stomach. Well, no, women don't have a completely flat stomach. They have that little slight bit of a curve that's there because of that uterus, the ovaries, all that stuff is in there, and it's giving there's an anatomy to it. You see what I mean? So just a little bit of a lesson if you guys are trying to do female figures. That's something to bear in mind. I don't know how well I've gotten that to come out in this, but I think I've gotten at least the idea, Right? There's nothing wrong with it. It's just part of being a female. See, right there would be kind of like where that little bit of a pooch would be, right? So, yeah, I don't know. It's weird, but like everybody seems to skip that kind of a thing. You know what I mean? But again, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just how female bodies tend to be. And again, it's not every, right? And there are things that you can do to change it, but by and large, that's what everybody deals with. And by the way, I don't know if you guys have noticed. Okay, I want to point this out because I'm actually really proud of this fact, but have you guys noticed that I have not once zoomed in? I try really hard not to zoom in. All right, so I'm going to do a really big shot of color dodge here. Let's see what happens. Blip. So I'm kind of trying to reflect that there's the light coming from here right onto this section of the fabric. I've been on for 5 hours, my goodness. I'm sorry I've been on for so long, my goodness. All right, I'm going to start that part of it over. I do hope all of you guys are enjoying yourselves. Like, I do. I know I've been on for a long time, but I appreciate you guys like sticking around and supporting me with all of this. You don't really understand how deeply it hits me that you guys are here with me. I really hope that after being on this long, my average viewers are going to actually lift up so that I could get affiliate status. That would be really, really, really nice. Like, I've got enough followers. I've got enough of everything else. It's just the average viewer is like 1.6.
Hello, rescue best friends. Hello, rescue best friends.
Dexy, thank you so much for the follow. I deeply appreciate you being here, and I hope that you're having a very, very good night, day, existence, whatever it is that you're currently experiencing. Thank you so much for being here with me. Right now, this is the blind guy trying to do a little bit of painting. I'm trying to make it something. I don't know. Hopefully everybody out there is enjoying it and seeing what kind of thing is going on here. I'm liking it so far. I am. I won't deny I am liking it so far. It's just a little bit weird. But we'll see what ends up happening with things. Yep, new friend indeed. Okay, I gotta give my hands a rest here for a second. So how's everybody doing? What's everybody up to? What you guys doing? And right now a little confused as to where to go. I've got a couple of ideas that I'm trying to think about implementing here, but I will do it after I take this moment here. I want to give her a little bit more deco, a little bit more jewelry, that kind of thing. You finished lighting. Cool. So what are you going to be doing tonight? Holy crap, it's 5:30 or 5 o'clock in the morning almost. Good loud. Orc girl and making custom adoptables for people. Cool. I like the whole adoptables thing that you got going on. It's awesome. No one's offered on the Fox Girl yet. Gotcha. For those of you guys unaware, Ollie B, there, my mod in the chat room, is also a streamer and does really, really cool artwork, does really awesome, entertaining gaming stuff. It's, yeah, a lot of fun. You guys definitely should go check them out.
Hello, let's be best friends. Hello, let's be best friends.
Kevster, I think that's how you're pronouncing it. Either way, if that's not correct, please let me know. Thank you deeply from the bottom of my heart for the follow. I really, really appreciate you being here. And I hope that you're having an amazing day, night, existence, whatever it is that you're going through. I hope that it is really good. And if it's not, well, I mean, tomorrow is a different day, right? And we always have hope for the different day. While you guys are here, I haven't done a dab moment for a little while. It's been probably since about the beginning of the show. Thank you. I'm trying to do everything I can as a blind guy. You know, I have to do things a little bit differently. This painting actually started off as this. Just splattered a bunch of paint and textures onto the canvas, and tried to cloud watch a little bit to see what was there and who wanted to come out and say hi. And so far it has been this gal right here that has wanted to give us the hello. So thank you, Tiggy. I appreciate it deeply. This is only the 4th time that I've ever done a stream of my art. So I'm a bit nervous. I'm a bit wrecked. And I'm hoping that it turns out okay and that you guys are enjoying it. So, but let me do this here real quick because I haven't done one for a while. And I try to do this at least a couple of times every time I stream. No matter who you are, no matter what you're going through, no matter what you have happening in your life, you are worthy of being loved. And don't ever let anybody teach you any different. Sometimes we're saddled with people, genetically especially, that are very toxic to us. And they are, ironically enough, the ones that teach us that we can never leave them. But you can if need be. Try to find some peace in your life, and sometimes that means cutting those toxic people out of your life. But either way, you are worthy of being loved. Don't ever let anybody teach you any different. And if nobody has ever told you before, I love you, okay? I know it sounds weird to have a strange guy, strange old man on the internet tell you how much he loves you, but I do. Because everybody is worthy of being loved, okay? The only thing anybody can ever expect of you is that you're being the best you that you can be in this moment in time. That doesn't always mean being the best. That means being the best you can be in this moment in time. Sometimes that just means getting up out of bed, getting a bite to eat, and going back to bed. Sometimes that's the best you can do. And that's okay, because there's always another day. There's always another time where you can be doing something different. But either way, as long as you're being the best you can be in that moment in time, that's all anybody can ever expect of you. So there you go. There's my little bit of a dad moment for you guys. In the meantime, I do hope that everything is going well for you guys. Again, I'm a blind guy. I do see things in a very, very bizarre way. I actually see too much instead of too little. My genetic defect in my eyes makes my eyes pyramid shaped instead of egg shaped. And I have a massive amount of scarring on my eyes that make it pretty difficult to be able to do things. So I'm a little bit slow. I'm a little bit meticulous when it comes to doing the paintings, but I try to do what I can to bring out whoever it is that wants to say hello to everybody. And like I said, in this case, it's this little lady here. And yeah, I think she's got a nice story to tell. So anyways, there you go. And thank you for giving me the chance to rest my hand for a moment. So what's everybody up to tonight? How are you guys doing? Ollie, you are currently getting ready to do a little bit of streaming yourself, right? Yeah. You're doing some line art right now. That's awesome. That is really good. I'm very proud of you. Well, that would be very cool. That would be very cool. Tiggy, I'm so glad. I am glad that you were able to hear it, and I'm glad that it was able to make your day a little bit better. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here. I can't believe I've been streaming for 5 hours today. Yeah. Yeah, 5.5 hours actually at this point. 5 hours and 20 minutes. I definitely stream a lot. I've only been on Twitch a short period of time. I think this is like my 25th day that I've done streaming. I've done 25 days in a row. I have been streaming every day since the day I started. And I have so far got 97 hours of stream time. So I stream quite a bit. Stream a lot. Sometimes it's games, sometimes it's just me talking, and sometimes it's me doing a little bit of art if my eyes will allow it. So with this genetic defect I have, some days I wake up and I just cannot see well enough. I wake up and I just can't see well enough to be able to do things. You know what I mean? So I do what I can on the days that I can. Thank you. Thank you so much for the host. I really, really appreciate that as well. Thank you so much. So yeah, that's me. That's kind of me in a nutshell. I do a little bit of everything and try to have fun, as much fun doing it as I can. But I want to make sure that in the end, no matter what happens, no matter what I'm doing, that the people who come here and spend time with me know how much I appreciate it, because I don't have anybody outside of streaming, honestly. I can't go anywhere. I can't really do anything. The only people I have is the people who live in this house. That includes my wife and my kids. And otherwise, I really don't have anybody to talk to. I don't have really anything that I can do and all that stuff. So, yeah, it's been a bit rough, but now that I'm streaming and spending time with everybody, it's been a really good experience. So I want everybody to have that same kind of feeling. I want you guys to walk away thinking, well, you know what? That was really cool. So I really am enjoying it. And I vape, by the way. You guys will see me vape here and there. I quit smoking 8 years ago for my wife, who has severe heart issues. She was born with a heart defect where some of her heart is missing. And so when I would smoke around her, it would hurt her chest. So I quit smoking for her birthday 8 years ago. So I vape. Pardon me. I make no apologies for it, really. But that's because I did it as a gift for her. So anyways, my streaming experience has been actually pretty extensive. I was always on YouTube though. So this is like the first that I've done with Twitch. But I've been doing things on YouTube for years. However, I am kind of migrating away from YouTube to Twitch because I am definitely enjoying it a lot more. Like there's a lot more interaction. The people are better, it's a lot better time for me. Most of my experience with YouTube has been that the comment section and the chat section tends to be the cesspit of Satan's sperm. So, I just try to avoid it as much as I can at this point in my life because I don't need that negativity, The main thing I'm really grateful for is that in the 4 days ish that I've been doing, showing my art on stream, which is a very new experience for me. The only person who has ever seen my process is my wife, and I don't even like her watching it. I'm very scared about it, honestly. But you guys have been so supportive with it and amazing with it that you have uplifted my heart in ways that I could never express in words. And I'm a writer, you know, and I cannot express it in words. My art, whether it's writing or painting or whatever the case may be, most of the time just ends up getting bashed. Like I've been like hated on a lot with it. And, so I was very scared to share it, but I'm grateful that everybody that has been here with me so far has been so supportive with it. Yeah, it's done my heart a lot of good. Done my heart a lot of good. That's for sure. You've helped heal my little soul. I'm kind of just doing a little bit of touches here and there, trying to, just bring out little extra details that can be fun. You know what I mean? And I'm just not sure where else to go with this. I mean, this is done pretty well, I think, for the amount of time that I've spent on it. For a blind guy, I don't know. I guess it's not too shabby. Okay, so I have a little idea that I want to do, and I'm going to try to see if I can get it to work out. I don't know if it will or not, but we'll give it a shot here. I set the opacity on the brush up a fair bit, and I'm going to do this on a new layer. No, YouTube is trying to do the streaming thing. There's such a vast amount of different people and attitudes. Here people gravitate towards their groups and react better to like-minded people. Yeah, absolutely. That's what I found too. And it's like with YouTube. So I am actually simulcasting on YouTube currently too. And on YouTube, the amount of trolls that I've had have been like way high, you know? But the discoverability of YouTube is so different, you know? It's like, if you're here on Twitch, really the basic discoverability is, do you have viewers? Yes. Well, you're on the list. You know what I mean? Whereas with YouTube, you've got to like fight the algorithm. You've got to beg, plead, borrow, and steal, and you've got to like practically sacrifice a couple of chickens just to get a viewer to show up to your stream. You know, it's really. I've got like 5,400 subscribers over on YouTube, and right now on YouTube, I think there's one person watching, you know. It's a little frustrating, you know. So yeah, it's easier to find your type of people here. That's what I've discovered. Yeah. And it's been a really good journey for me, you know. It really has. I won't deny I am an open book with everything. Okay. So I won't deny part of the reason why I'm streaming is so that I can try to like supplement my income a little bit. I have yet to hit affiliate on Twitch. I have enough followers, but I don't have enough of the average view time. Everything else is in place, but I don't have enough of the average viewers on Twitch yet to qualify for the affiliate. But I will be honest that I am trying to get affiliate so that I can get a little bit of maybe that advertising money coming in or something like that, because I'm poor. You know, I'm broke, literally broke ass as you can get. I'm on disability, but I worked my whole life. And then 12 years ago, my blindness kicked in, and it took me a long time to get approval for the disability. Okay. So, 7 years, in fact. So the amount that I get in disability is woefully insufficient for us to be able to live, essentially, is really what it comes down to. Ooh, an electro swing song. I love this. I love this electro swing. They're fun. Anyways, the amount that, and I, again, open book, the amount that I get per month on disability, $600. That doesn't even pay rent. You know, where we live, that doesn't even pay rent. So my YouTube career has always been trying to build it up so that I can try to, you know, get that advertising money and so on and so forth to come in from people watching the videos. It's low. It's terrible. And I will say, like, I have had a couple of people so far on Twitch be so generous that they've hit like that donate button that I have there on the page and have given me a few bucks, you know, and it's like, oh my God, like, this is, I never expected it to begin with. You know what I mean? I just thought, okay, well, if I can get affiliate, then I can get some of the advertising revenue, you know, that comes from playing the ads on the streams and stuff. I never expected that anybody would actually support financially anything that I'm doing. So it was really shocking to me. And that as well was something that caused me to realize, okay, Twitch alone, just for that, you know, just for the fact that you can come up here, baby. My cat is trying to come up on my chest. Come on, baby girl. Come up here. It's okay. She's so skittish. She's very nervous. Yeah, there you go. There you go. I'll see if maybe she can get seen here. Give me a second here. I'll try. I don't know. I think my phone's going to be in the way, but I'll give it a shot here. You guys can see her a little bit. Baby, everybody wants to see her pretty face. There you go. There you go. This is Eva. She's our comfort kitty. Yeah, everybody's saying hi to you. What do you think about that, girl? Huh? What do you think about that, girl? She's very skittish. She was kind of abused and neglected before we got a hold of her, and so she's a little nervous about everything. But yeah, there you go. A little bit of scritches. There you go. She's very much an emotional support kind of a kitty. You know, she can tell that I was getting a little iffy, you know, melancholy kind of a thing. So she's here to make sure that I'm doing okay. Yeah. She's a good girl. She's sitting on my tablet too. You doing okay? Oh, I should give my finger a little lick. There you go. So yeah, that's Eva. Go ahead and lift it up so you guys aren't looking at my crotch here. There we go. So anyways, like I said, I'm just trying to be, you know, honest with people that's why I'm here. You know, I'm not allowed to show art, only pet. Yeah. But I don't think that, I think that in this world, like, not enough people are honest with themselves and their listeners, their viewers, and all that kind of stuff. And I'm one that comes from a radio background. So I was a little different because I was always very honest and open with my listeners. You know, I had like 9 million listeners every night, you know, and that was a big deal for me, you know? And I was always very open and honest with them too. So like, I don't think that enough people are genuinely honest about why they do things. But I kind of made it a point that I would be very open with people that, you know, it's part of the reason. It's not the whole reason, right? But it's part of the reason. And it's not a small part either. But the thing is, like, I don't expect anything from anybody. The only thing that I expect is that you're being the best you that you can be in this moment in time. Nothing else other than that matters. Nothing else other than that matters. As long as you're being a decent human being, that's all that anybody should care about, right? But everybody always makes it a point to get involved in everybody else's business and feel like they can make demands and so on and so forth. And it's like, nah. The one thing that really annoys me about people like parents and stuff like that who have kids that try to come to them, she's still on my lap here, that try to come to them and try to like tell them honestly, hey, by the way, I think I'm gay, or I think I'm trans, or I think I'm this or that. You know, it's like they the parents immediately, try to do everything to reject them and consider them evil and on and on and on, and it's like, oh my goodness, then you wonder why the kid never trusts you again. You wonder why the kid wants to escape from you and never want to talk to you again and all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? So it's like, I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get it. The only thing I ever want from my kids, and my kids have told me, I've got one kid who is bi and poly, and I have another one who is trans, and they've never hesitated to talk to me about it because they know that I'm never going to judge them. The only thing that I want them to be is a good human being. If you're being a good human being and are you happy? Okay, then great. Be whatever you want to be. Do whatever you want to do. And as long as that is a person that isn't causing harm to other people, that's all I want, Be the person that you want to be, whatever that may be. And I don't think that enough kids hear that kind of a thing from their parents. I don't think that enough kids get support from their parents to be the people that they want to be. Like, parents, for some reason, feel like their kids are their property or a reflection upon them, but they're not. They're not. They're their own human being, So I hope all of that makes sense. I'm very supportive to any community that's out there. I've got native blood, and so it's like that community has been so wrapped with disaster after disaster after disaster. And I consider myself lucky that I wasn't raised on a res, but I understand the anger and frustration that the people who have been raised on reservations feel. It makes complete sense to me, but at the same time, I want to do everything that I can to help them to understand that their pain, though real, can be healed, So I would get to the art again, but she's still sitting on my lap, so I can't I can't art because she's on my lap. But that's okay. You can be here as long as you need to, baby. Yeah, you can be here as long as you need to. Yeah. Her poor little purr box, whenever she purrs, it kind of like freaks out and hitches up a little bit because she's so skittish. So it's funny because when she's laying on my stomach like this, it's like you can feel the purr happen and then suddenly, a big twitch will happen and it's weird. Yeah. This kitty here, she likes to lay on me all the time. And then our other cat, Elliot, for some reason likes to lick my nose. And I don't know why. Like, I'm the only person in the house that he does it to. It makes no sense. I don't get it, but it is what it is. It is what it is. I don't know. Maybe she'll let us take another look at her here real quick. What you doing there, Katie? She's kind of hiding behind the monitor a little bit now. I'm afraid if I move the monitor, it might make her a little terrified. Yeah. That's good. That's good. Not enough parents do that kind of thing. It's like they reject their children in such dramatic ways. And it's like, it makes no sense to me for a parent to be that way. It's like for my kids, when they came to me, Ollie came to me and mentioned that they were trans. And I'm like, okay, great. Go take out the trash. I mean, literally that's all that matters. It's like, are you being a good human being? That's all anybody can expect. Are you going to take off now? Okay, I'll move the camera so people don't have to stare at my crotch. By the way, I'm wearing my Star Trek shirt. I'm a big Star Trek freak. Huge Star Trek freak. I love Star Trek. I love everything about it. And it's like the parents then wonder why their kids don't want to have anything to do with them anymore. You know, it's like they grow up, they get to the age of 18, they escape the house and they never come back, you know? Or then they wonder why their own like karma is crap, you know, why their life is falling apart in so many other ways. And it's like, maybe think about the way that you're treating people, you know, maybe that has something to do with it. What are you doing, Eva? My goodness. She's like sitting on the desk now and her tail is just like flapping everywhere. There you go. Okay, now she's going to go over and lay with my wife and sleep. So anyways, yeah, I don't know. I don't get it. I don't, it doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. And I don't want to say that it offends me because, you know, what other people do is their business, you know, but it's ironic to me that, people treat people that way, you know? Okay, let me get back to this here a little bit. That is the wrong color, Ira. Nope, you don't want to do that one. We're going to do a blackish. I am very grateful for your words. Thank you. Like I said, I feel that just honesty is always the best policy when it comes to dealing with things, you know, and I don't think that enough people are like open about the fact enough that, you know, this is why they're here. And there is nothing wrong with, you know, stating, hey, you know, I am here. This is a job for me, you know, and we can, you know, take things from there. Right. But yeah, I mean, it's like, just as an example, again, you know, I've been streaming now for so many hours, you know, 6 hours at this point straight. I've done like 90, almost 100 hours in the past couple weeks. That's a lot. You know what I mean? That's a whole lot. And I mean, that's a full-time job, you know, or well, not a full-time job, but at least a very dedicated part-time job, you know? And if it was a job, you know, you'd be getting paid for it, right? Well, I mean, there's nothing wrong with saying, hey, I'd like to get paid for what I'm doing here too, you know? But my point is that I want to be a person that people can come to and say, you know what? I had a good time there. That was a lot of fun, you know? What's next? What's next on the list, you know? Oh geez, my wife is over there like snoring like crazy. I hope it doesn't come through on the microphone. If so, I'm sorry, guys. Does not. It's unfortunate. She has so many health issues, you know, and she's very immunocompromised, and she was in the hospital stays that she just got through. They punctured one of her lungs, and so she's been like trying to breathe through it and stuff. So, you know, it kind of comes out a little bit that way. So I'm sorry if it comes out that way. Sorry if it gets a little loud or whatever. This is kind of a cute little song. I like this one. can groove with this. Yeah, that looks kind of cool. What do you guys think about that little deco that I did there? I gotta switch. Oh gosh. I'm so sorry, guys. Well, that's what I did. See if you can pick out what I did. Oh, that's so embarrassing. I'm a dork. Ollie, if that happens sometime, like, please send it to me on Discord, because I will notice that way before I'll notice the chat room moved on me. I was sitting here with my face into the monitor and like one eye closed, basically, the other one squinting really hard. So if that happens again, please just, holler at me on Discord, and that way I'll be able to, oh, okay, crap, I noticed something is happening then, so sorry. Gosh. Okay, well, what I did was this section down in here. What do you guys think of that? What do you guys think of that? Yeah, you like it? Yeah, not bad. It's a nice little touch, draws the attention of the eyes all over the place and all that kind of good stuff. That's kind of one of the things I try to do with things. All right, well, guys, I think this is pretty well, not finished, but far enough along that I can be content a little bit. You know what I mean? But I've been at this a long while. 6 hours officially at this point. That's a long stream. I'm getting a little worn out. I do need to eat. I haven't eaten for, over 6 hours at this point. And I do need to pass out at some point soon. And I know Ollie wants to get on stream as well. So I will tell you what. I will go ahead and get off of here for right now. But I want to thank you deeply, deeply for being here with me. And I hope that you have enjoyed your time here. Picklepuss, oh, thank you so much for being here. I didn't even realize that you were here. My goodness. My goodness. I'm glad that you enjoy it too. Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you for being here and your kindness as well. I hope all of you guys have the best day that you can. Okay. And that moving forward, no matter what, just remember you are worthy of being loved. Okay. Oh, that's all good. You don't have to chat, Pickle. I understand. Believe me, I get it completely. Until next time, keep safe out there. Have fun. Thank you so much as always for being here. And I'll be back on again tomorrow. Same bat time, same back channel, right? Thank you guys. Be safe. I'll talk to you soon.
Incoming customer detected.
Keep your eyes open, boys.
We need to have a serious talk.